Section 1 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathy Barrett. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5. By François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 35. Henry IV, Protestant King, 1589 to 1593. Part 1. On the 2d of August, 1589, in the morning, upon his arrival in his quarters at Meudon, Henry of Navarre was saluted by the Protestants of the King of France. They were about 5,000 in an army of 40,000 men. When, at 10 o'clock, he entered the camp of the Catholics at St. Cloud, three of their principal leaders, Marshal d'Aumont and Sires d'Humieres and de Givry, immediately acknowledged him unconditionally, as they had done the day before at the deathbed of Henry III., and they at once set to work to conciliate to him the noblesse of Champagne, Picardy, and Ile de France. "Sir," said Givry, "you are the king of the brave; you will be deserted by none but dastards." But the majority of the Catholic leaders received him with such expressions as "better die than endure a Huguenot king." One of them, Francis d'O, formally declared to him that the time had come for him to choose between the insignificance of a king of Navarre and the grandeur of a king of France. If he pretended to the crown, he must first of all abjure. Henry firmly rejected these threatening entreaties, and left their camp with an urgent recommendation to them to think of it well before bringing dissension into the royal army and the royal party which were protecting their privileges, their property, and their lives against the League. On returning to his quarters, he noticed the arrival of Marshal de Biron, who pressed him to lay hands without delay upon the crown of France, in order to guard it and save it. But in the evening of that day, and on the morrow, at the numerous meetings of the lords to deliberate upon the situation, the ardent Catholics renewed their demand for the exclusion of Henry from the throne if he did not at once abjure, and for referring the election of a king to the states general. Biron himself proposed not to declare Henry king, but to recognize him merely as captain general of the army pending his abjuration. Harlay de Sancy vigorously maintained the cause of the Salic law and the hereditary rights of monarchy. Biron took him aside and said, "I had hitherto thought that you had sense; now I doubt it. If, before securing our own position with the King of Navarre, we completely establish his, he will no longer care for us. The time is come for making our terms; if we let the occasion escape us, we shall never recover it." "What are your terms?" asked Sancy. "If it please the king to give me the countship of Perigord, I shall be his forever." Sancy reported this conversation to the king, who promised Biron what he wanted. Though King of France for but 2 days past, Henry IV. had already perfectly understood and steadily taken the measure of the situation. He was in a great minority throughout the country as well as the army, and he would have to deal with public passions, worked by his foes for their own ends, and with the personal pretensions of his partisans. He made no mistake about these two facts, and he allowed them great weight; but he did not take for the ruling principle of his policy, and for his first rule of conduct, the plan of alternate concessions to the different parties and of continually humoring personal interests. He set his thoughts higher, upon the general and natural interests of France as he found her and saw her. They resolved themselves, in his eyes, into the following great points: maintenance of the hereditary rights of monarchy, preponderance of Catholics in the government, peace between Catholics and Protestants, and religious liberty for Protestants. With him these points became the law of his policy and his kingly duty, as well as the nation's right. He proclaimed them in the first words that he addressed to the lords and principal personages of state assembled around him. "You all know," said he, "what orders the late king my predecessor gave me, and what he enjoined upon me with his dying breath. It was chiefly to maintain my subjects, Catholic or Protestant, in equal freedom, until a council, canonical, general, or national, had decided this great dispute. I promised him to perform faithfully that which he bade me, and I regard it as one of my first duties to be as good as my word. I have heard that some who are in my army feel scruples about remaining in my service unless I embrace the Catholic religion. No doubt they think me weak enough for them to imagine that they can force me thereby to abjure my religion and break my word. I am very glad to inform them here, in presence of you all, that I would rather this were the last day of my life than take any step which might cause me to be suspected of having dreamt of renouncing the religion that I sucked in with my mother's milk, before I have been better instructed by a lawful council, to whose authority I bow in advance. Let him who thinks so ill of me get him gone as soon as he pleases. I lay more store by 100 good Frenchmen than by 200 who could harbor sentiments so unworthy. Besides, though you should abandon me, I should have enough of friends left to enable me, without you and to your shame, with the sole assistance of their strong arms, to maintain the rights of my authority. But, were I doomed to see myself deprived of even that assistance, still the God who has preserved me from my infancy, as if by his own hand, to sit upon the throne, will not abandon me. I nothing doubt that he will uphold me where he has placed me, not for love of me, but for the salvation of so many souls, who pray, without ceasing, for his aid, and for whose freedom he has deigned to make use of my arm. You know that I am a Frenchman and the foe of all duplicity. For the 17 years that I have been King of Navarre, I do not think that I have ever departed from my word. I beg you to address your prayers to the Lord on my behalf, that he may enlighten me in my views, direct my purposes, bless my endeavors. And in case I commit any fault or fail in any one of my duties, for I acknowledge that I am a man like any other, pray him to give me grace that I may correct it, and to assist me in all my goings." On the 4th of August, 1589, an official manifesto of Henry IV.'s confirmed the ideas and words of this address. On the same day, in the camp at St. Cloud, the majority of the princes, dukes, lords, and gentlemen present in the camp expressed their full adhesion to the accession and the manifesto of the king, promising him "service and obedience against rebels and enemies who would usurp the kingdom." Two notable leaders, the Duke of Epernon amongst the Catholics, and the Duke of La Tremoille amongst the Protestants, refused to join in this adhesion; the former saying that his conscience would not permit him to serve a heretic king, the latter alleging that his conscience forbade him to serve a prince who engaged to protect Catholic idolatry. They withdrew, d'Epernon into Angoumois and Saintonge, taking with him 6,000 foot and 12,000 horse, and La Tremoille into Poitou, with 9 battalions of Reformers. They had an idea of attempting, both of them, to set up for themselves independent principalities. 3 contemporaries, Sully, La Force, and the bastard of Angouleme, bear witness that Henry IV. Was deserted by as many Huguenots as Catholics. The French royal army was reduced, it is said, to 1/2. As a make weight, Saucy prevailed upon the Swiss, to the number of 12,000, and 2,000 German auxiliaries, not only to continue in the service of the new king, but to wait 6 months for their pay, as he was at the moment unable to pay them. From the 14th to the 20th of August, in Ile de France, in Picardy, in Normandy, in Auvergne, in Champagne, in Burgundy, in Anjou, in Poitou, in Languedoc, in Orleanness, and in Touraine, a great number of towns and districts joined in the determination of the royal army. The last instance of such adherence had a special importance. At the time of Henry III.'s rupture with the League, the Parliament of Paris had been split in 2. The royalists had followed the king to Tours; the partisans of the League had remained at Paris. After the accession of Henry IV., the Parliament of Tours, with the president, Achille d'Harlay, as its head, increased from day to day, and soon reached 200 members, whilst the Parliament of Paris, or Brisson Parliament, as it was called from its leader's name, had only 68 left. Brisson, on undertaking the post, actually thought it right to take the precaution of protesting privately, making a declaration in the presence of notaries, "that he so acted by constraint only, and that he shrank from any rebellion against his king and sovereign lord." It was, indeed, on the ground of the heredity of the monarchy, and by virtue of his own proper rights, that Henry IV. had ascended the throne; and M. Poirson says quite correctly, in his learned Histoire du Regne d'Henri IV. p. 29, second edition, 1862, "The manifesto of Henry IV., as its very name indicates, was not a contract settled between the noblesse in camp at St. Cloud and the claimant; it was a solemn and reciprocal acknowledgment by the noblesse of Henry's rights to the crown, and by Henry of the nation's political, civil, and religious rights. The engagements entered into by Henry were only what were necessary to complete the guarantees given for the security of the rights of Catholics. As touching the succession to the throne, the signataries themselves say that all they do is to maintain and continue the law of the land." There was, in 1589, an unlawful pretender to the throne of France, and that was Cardinal Charles de Bourbon, younger brother of Anthony de Bourbon, King of Navarre, and consequently uncle of Henry IV., sole representative of the elder branch. Under Henry III., the cardinal had thrown in his lot with the League, and after the murder of Guise, Henry III. had, by way of precaution, ordered him to be arrested and detained him in confinement at Chinon, where he still was when Henry III. was in his turn murdered. On becoming king, the far sighted Henry IV. at once bethought him of his uncle and of what he might be able to do against him. The cardinal was at Chinon in the custody of Sieur de Chavigny, "a man of proved fidelity," says De Thou, "but by this time old and blind." Henry IV. wrote to Du Plessis Mornay, appointed quite recently governor of the Saumur, "bidding him, at any price," says Madame de Mornay, "to get Cardinal de Bourbon away from Chinon, where he was, without sparing anything, even to the whole of his property, because he would incontinently set himself up for king if he could obtain his release." Henry IV. was right. As early as the 7th of August, the Duke of Mayenne had an announcement made to the Parliament of Paris, and written notice sent to all the provincial governors, "that in the interval until the states general could be assembled, he urged them all to unite with him in rendering with one accord to their Catholic king, that is to say, Cardinal de Bourbon, the obedience that was due to him." The cardinal was, in fact, proclaimed king under the name of Charles X., and 8 months afterwards, on the 5th of March, 1590, the Parliament of Paris issued a decree "recognizing Charles X. as true and lawful King of France." Du Plessis Mornay, ill though he was, had understood and executed, without loss of time, the orders of King Henry, going bail himself for the promises that had to be made and for the sums that had to be paid to get the cardinal away from the governor of Chinon. He succeeded, and had the cardinal removed to Fontenay le Comte in Poitou, "under the custody of Sieur de la Boulaye, governor of that place, whose valor and fidelity were known to him." "That," said Henry IV. on receiving the news, "is one of the greatest services I could have had rendered me. M. du Plessis does business most thoroughly." On the 9th of May, 1590, not 3 months after the decree of the Parliament of Paris, which had proclaimed him true and lawful King of France, Cardinal de Bourbon, still a prisoner, died at Fontenay, aged 67. A few weeks before his death, he had written to his nephew Henry IV. a letter in which he recognized him as his sovereign. The League was more than ever dominant in Paris. Henry IV. could not think of entering there. Before recommencing the war in his own name, he made Villeroy, who, after the death of Henry III., had rejoined the Duke of Mayenne, an offer of an interview in the Bois de Boulogne, to see if there were no means of treating for peace. Mayenne would not allow Villeroy to accept the offer. "He had no private quarrel," he said, "with the King of Navarre, whom he highly honored, and who, to his certain knowledge, had not looked with approval upon his brother's death; but any appearance of negotiation would cause great distrust amongst their party, and they would not do anything that tended against the rights of King Charles X." Renouncing all idea of negotiation, Henry IV. set out on the 8th of August from St. Cloud, after having told off his army in 3 divisions. 2 were ordered to go and occupy Picardy and Champagne, and the king kept with him only the third, about 6,000 strong. He went and laid the body of Henry III. In the church of St. Corneille at Compiegne, took Melun and several small towns on the banks of the Seine and Oise, and propounded for discussion with his officers the question of deciding in which direction he should move, towards the Loire or the Seine, on Tours or on Rouen. He determined in favor of Normandy; he must be master of the ports in that province in order to receive there the re enforcements which had been promised him by Queen Elizabeth of England, and which she did send him in September, 1589, forming a corps of from 4,000 to 5,000 men, Scots and English, "aboard of 13 vessels laden with 22,000 pounds sterling in gold and 70,000 pounds of gunpowder, 3,000 cannon balls, and corn, biscuits, wine, and beer, together with woollens and even shoes." They arrived very opportunely for the close of the campaign, but too late to share in Henry IV.'s first victory, that series of fights around the castle of Arques, which, in the words of an eye witness, the Duke of Angouleme, "was the first gate whereby Henry entered upon the road of his glory and good fortune." After making a demonstration close to Rouen, Henry IV., learning that the Duke of Mayenne was advancing in pursuit of him with an army of 25,000 foot and 8,000 horse, thought it imprudent to wait for him and run the risk of being jammed between forces so considerable and the hostile population of a large city; so he struck his camp and took the road to Dieppe, in order to be near the coast and the re enforcements from Queen Elizabeth. Some persons even suggested to him that, in case of mishap, he might go thence and take refuge in England; but at this prospect Biron answered, "There is no King of France out of France," and Henry IV. was of Biron's opinion. At his arrival before Dieppe, he found as governor there Aymar de Chastes, a man of wits and honor, a very moderate Catholic, and very strongly in favor of the party of policists. Under Henry III. he had expressly refused to enter the League, saying to Villars, who pressed him to do so, "I am a Frenchman, and you yourself will find out that the Spaniard is the real head of the League." He had organized at Dieppe 4 companies of burgess guards, consisting of Catholics and Protestants, and he assembled about him, to consider the affairs of the town, a small council, in which Protestants had the majority. As soon as he knew, on the 26th of August, that the king was approaching Dieppe, he went with the principal inhabitants to meet him, and presented to him the keys of the place, saying, "I come to salute my lord, and hand over to him the government of this city." "Ventre Saint Gris," answered Henry IV., "I know nobody more worthy of it than you are." The Dieppese overflowed with felicitations. "No fuss, my lads," said Henry; "all I want is your affections, good bread, good wine, and good hospitable faces." When he entered the town, "he was received," says a contemporary chronicler, "with loud cheers by the people, and what was curious but exhilarating was to see the king surrounded by close upon 6,000 armed men, himself having but a few officers at his left hand." He received at Dieppe assurance of the fidelity of La Verune, governor of Caen, whither, in 1589, according to Henry III.'s order, that portion of the Parliament of Normandy which would not submit to the yoke of the League at Rouen had removed. Caen having set the example, Saint Lo, Coutances, and Carentan likewise sent deputies to Dieppe to recognize the authority of Henry IV.; but Henry had no idea of shutting himself up inside Dieppe. After having carefully inspected the castle, citadel, harbor, fortifications, and outskirts of the town, he left there 500 men in garrison, supported by 12 or 1500 well armed burgesses, and went and established himself personally in the old castle of Arques, standing, since the 11th century, upon a barren hill. Below, in the burgh of Arques, he sent Biron into cantonments, with his regiment of Swiss and the companies of French infantry, and he lost no time in having large fosses dug ahead of the burgh, in front of all the approaches, enclosing within an extensive line of circumvallation both burgh and castle. All the king's soldiers and the peasants that could be picked up in the environs worked night and day. Whilst they were at work, Henry wrote to Countess Corisande de Gramont, his favorite at that time, "My dear heart, It is a wonder I am alive with such work as I have. God have pity upon me and show me mercy, blessing my labors, as He does in spite of a many folks. I am well, and my affairs are going well. I have taken Eu. The enemy, who are double me just now, thought to catch me there, but I drew off towards Dieppe, and I await them in a camp that I am fortifying. To morrow will be the day when I shall see them, and I hope, with God's help, that if they attack me they will find they have made a bad bargain. The bearer of this goes by sea. The wind and my duties make me conclude. This 9th of September, in the trenches at Arques." All was finished when the scouts of Mayenne appeared. But Mayenne also was an able soldier. He saw that the position the king had taken and the works he had caused to be thrown up rendered a direct attack very difficult. He found means of bearing down upon Dieppe another way, and of placing himself, says the latest historian of Dieppe, M. Vitet, between the king and the town, "hoping to cut off the king's communications with the sea, divide his forces, deprive him of his re enforcements from England, and finally surround him and capture him," as he had promised the Leaguers of Paris, who were already talking of the iron cage in which the Bearnese would be sent to them. "Henry IV.," continues M. Vitet, "felt some vexation at seeing his forecasts checkmated by Mayenne's manoeuvre, and at having had so much earth removed to so little profit. But he was a man of resources, confident as the Gascons are, and with very little of pigheadedness. To change all his plans was with him the work of an instant. Instead of awaiting the foe in his entrenchments, he saw that it was for him to go and feel for them on the other side of the valley, and that, on pain of being invested, he must not leave the Leaguers any exit but the very road they had taken to come." Having changed all his plans on this new system, Henry breathed more freely. But he did not go to sleep for all that. He was incessantly backwards and forwards from Dieppe to Arques, from Arques to Dieppe, and to the Faubourg du Palais. Mayenne, on the contrary, seemed to have fallen into a lethargy. He had not yet been out of his quarters during the nearly 48 hours since he had taken them. On the 17th of September, 1589, in the morning, however, a few hundred light horse were seen putting themselves in motion, scouring the country, and coming to fire their pistols close to the fosses of the royal army. The skirmish grew warm by degrees. "My son," said Marshal de Biron to the young Count of Auvergne, natural son of Charles IX. And Mary Touchet, "charge; now is the time." The young prince, without his hat, and his horsemen charged so vigorously that they put the Leaguers to the rout, killed 300 of them, and returned quietly within their lines, by Biron's orders, without being disturbed in their retreat. These partial and irregular encounters began again on the 18th and 19th of September, with the same result. The Duke of Mayenne was nettled and humiliated; he had his prestige to recover. He decided to concentrate all his forces right on the king's entrenchments, and attack them in front with his whole army. The 20th of September passed without a single skirmish. Henry, having received good information that he would be attacked the next day, did not go to bed. The night was very dark. He thought he saw a long way off in the valley a long line of lighted matches, but there was profound silence; and the king and his officers puzzled themselves to decide if they were men or glow worms. On the 21st, at 5 A.M., the king gave orders for every one to be ready and at his post. He himself repaired to the battle field. Sitting in a big fosse with all his officers, he had his breakfast brought thither, and was eating with good appetite, when a prisoner was brought to him, a gentleman of the League, who had advanced too far whilst making a reconnaissance. "Good day, Belin," said the king, who recognized him, laughing; "embrace me for your welcome appearance." Belin embraced him, telling him that he was about to have down upon him 30,000 foot and 10,000 horse. "Where are your forces?" he asked the king, looking about him. "Oh, you don't see them all, Monsieur de Belin," said Henry; "you don't reckon the good God and the good right, but they are ever with me." Section 2 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 35. Henry IV, Protestant King, 1589 to 1593, Part II. The action began about 10 o'clock. The fog was still so thick that there was no seeing one another at 10 paces. The ardor on both sides was extreme, and during nearly 3 hours victory seemed to twice shift her colours. Henry at one time found himself entangled amongst some squadrons so disorganized that he shouted, "Courage, gentlemen, pray, courage! Can't we find 50 gentlemen willing to die with their king?" At this moment, Chatillon, issuing from Dieppe with 500 picked men, arrived on the field of battle. The king dismounted to fight at his side in the trenches; and then for a quarter of an hour there was a furious combat, man to man. At last, "when things were in this desperate state," says Sully, "the fog, which had been very thick all the morning, dropped down suddenly, and the cannon of the castle of Arques, getting sight of the enemy's army, a volley of 4 pieces was fired, which made 4 beautiful lanes in their squadrons and battalions. That pulled them up quite short, and 3 or 4 volleys in succession, which produced marvellous effects, made them waver, and little by little retire all of them behind the turn of the valley, out of cannon shot, and finally to their quarters." Mayenne had the retreat sounded. Henry, master of the field, gave chase for a while to the fugitives, and then returned to Arques to thank God for his victory. Mayenne struck his camp and took the road towards Amiens, to pick up a Spanish corps which he was expecting from the Low Countries. For 6 months, from September 1589 to March 1590, the war continued without any striking or important events. Henry IV. tried to stop it after his success at Arques. He sent word to the Duke of Mayenne, by his prisoner Belin, whom he had sent away free on parole, "that he desired peace, and so earnestly that, without regarding his dignity or his victory, he made him these advances, not that he had any fear of him, but because of the pity he felt for his kingdom's sufferings." Mayenne, who lay beneath the double yoke of his party's passions and his own ambitious projects, rejected the king's overtures or allowed them to fall through; and on the 21st of October, 1589, Henry, setting out with his army from Dieppe, moved rapidly on Paris, in order to effect a strategic surprise, whilst Mayenne was rejecting at Amiens his pacific inclinations. The king gained 3 marches on the Leaguers, and carried by assault the 5 faubourgs situated on the left bank of the Seine. He would perhaps have carried terror stricken Paris itself, if the imperfect breaking up of the St. Méchant bridge on the Somme had not allowed Mayenne, notwithstanding his tardiness, to arrive at Paris in time to enter with his army, form a junction with the Leaguers amongst the population, and prevail upon the king to carry his arms elsewhither. "The people of Paris," says de Thou, "were extravagant enough to suppose that this prince could not escape Mayenne. Already a host of idle and credulous women had been at the pains of engaging windows, which they let very dear, and which they had fitted up magnificently, to see the passage of that fanciful triumph for which their mad hopes had caused them to make every preparation before the victory." Henry left some of his lieutenants to carry on the war in the environs of Paris, and himself repaired, on the 21st of November, to Tours, where the royalist Parliament, the Exchequer Chamber, the Court of Taxation, and all the magisterial bodies which had not felt inclined to submit to the despotism of the League, lost no time in rendering him homage, as the head and the representative of the national and the lawful cause. He reigned and ruled, to real purpose, in the 8 principal provinces of the north and centre, Ile de France, Picardy, Champagne, Normandy, Orleanness, Touraine, Maine, and Anjou; and his authority, although disputed, was making way in nearly all the other parts of the kingdom. He made war not like a conqueror, but like a king who wanted to meet with acceptance in the places which he occupied and which he would soon have to govern. The inhabitants of Le Mans and of Alencon were able to reopen their shops on the very day on which their town fell into his hands, and those of Vendome the day after. He watched to see that respect was paid by his soldiers, even the Huguenots, to Catholic churches and ceremonies. Two soldiers having made their way into Le Mans, contrary to orders after the capitulation, and having stolen a chalice, were hanged on the spot, though they were men of acknowledged bravery. He protected carefully the bishops and all the ecclesiastics who kept aloof from political strife. "If minute details are required," says a contemporary pamphleteer, "out of 100 or 120 archbishops or bishops existing in the realm of France, not a tenth part approve of the counsels of the League." It was not long before Henry reaped the financial fruits of his protective equity. At the close of 1589 he could count upon a regular revenue of more than 2 millions of crowns, very insufficient, no doubt, for the wants of his government, but much beyond the official resources of his enemies. He had very soon taken his proper rank in Europe; the Protestant powers which had been eager to recognize him, England, Scotland, the Low Countries, the Scandinavian states, and reformed Germany, had been joined by the Republic of Venice, the most judiciously governed state at that time in Europe, but solely on the ground of political interests and views, independently of any religious question. On the accession of Henry IV., his ambassador, Hurault de Maisse, was received and very well treated at Venice. He was merely excluded from religious ceremonies. The Venetian people joined in the policy of their government. The portrait of the new King of France was everywhere displayed and purchased throughout Venice. Some Venetians went so far as to take service in his army against the League. The Holy Inquisition commenced proceedings against them for heresy. The government stopped the proceedings, and even, says Count Daru, had the inquisitor thrown into prison. The Venetian Senate accredited to the court of Henry IV. The same ambassador who had been at Henry III.'s; and on returning to Tours on the 21st of November, 1589, the king received him to an audience in state. A little later on he did more. He sent the Republic, as a pledge of his friendship, his sword, the sword, he said in his letter, which he had used at the battle of Ivry. "The good offices were mutual," adds M. de Daru; "the Venetians lent Henry IV. sums of money which the badness of the times rendered necessary to him, but their ambassador had orders to throw into the fire, in the king's presence, the securities for the loan." As the government of Henry IV. went on growing in strength and extent, two facts, both of them natural, though antagonistic, were being accomplished in France and in Europe. The moderate Catholics were beginning, not as yet to make approaches towards him, but to see a glimmering possibility of treating with him and obtaining from him such concessions as they considered necessary, at the same time that they in their turn made to him such as he might consider sufficient for his party and himself. It has already been remarked with what sagacity Pope Sixtus V. had divined the character of Henry IV., at the very moment of condemning Henry III. for making an alliance with him. When Henry IV. had become king, Sixtus V. pronounced strongly against a heretic king, and maintained, in opposition to him, his alliance with Philip II. and the League. "France," said he, "is a good and noble kingdom, which has infinity of benefices and is specially dear to us, and so we try to save her; but religion sits nearer than France to our heart." He chose for his legate in France Cardinal Gaetani, whom he knew to be agreeable to Philip II., and gave him instructions in harmony with the Spanish policy. Having started for his post, Gaetani was a long while on the road, halting at Lyons, amongst other places, as if he were in no hurry to enter upon his duties. At the close of 1589, Henry IV., king for the last 5 months, and already victorious at Arques, appointed as his ambassador at Rome Francis de Luxembourg, Duke of Pinei, to try and enter into official relations with the pope. On the 6th of January, 1590, Sixtus V., at his reception of the cardinals, announced to them this news. Badoero, ambassador of Venice at Rome, leaned forward and whispered in his ear, "We must pray God to inspire the King of Navarre. On the day when your Holiness embraces him, and then only, the affairs of France will be adjusted. Humanly speaking, there is no other way of bringing peace to that kingdom." The pope confined himself to replying that God would do all for the best, and that, for his own part, he would wait. On arriving at Rome, "the Duke of Luxembourg repaired to the Vatican with 22 carriages occupied by French gentlemen; but at the palace he found the door of the pope's apartments closed, the sentries doubled, and the officers on duty under orders to intimate to the French, the chief of the embassy excepted, that they must lay aside their swords. At the door of the holy father's closet, the duke and 3 gentlemen of his train were alone allowed to enter. The indignation felt by the French was mingled with apprehensions of an ambush. Luxembourg himself could not banish a feeling of vague terror. Great was his astonishment when, on his introduction to the pontiff, the latter received him with demonstrations of affection, asked him news of his journey, said he would have liked to give him quarters in the palace, made him sit down, a distinction reserved for the ambassadors of kings, and, lastly, listened patiently to the French envoy's long recital. In fact, the receptions intra et extra muros bore very little resemblance one to the other, but the difference between them corresponded pretty faithfully with the position of Sixtus V., half engaged to the League by Gaetani's commission and to Philip II. By the steps he had recently taken, and already regretting that he was so far gone in the direction of Spain." Sixtus V. by Baron Hübner, late ambassador of Austria at Paris and at Rome, pp. 280 282. Unhappily, Sixtus V. died on the 27th of August, 1590, before having modified, to any real purpose, his bearing towards the King of France and his instructions to his legate. After Pope Urban VIII.'s apparition of 13 days' duration, Gregory XIV. Was elected pope on the 5th of December, 1590, and instead of a head of the church able enough and courageous enough to comprehend and practise a policy European and Italian as well as Catholic in its scope, there was a pope humbly devoted to the Spanish policy, meekly subservient to Philip II. That is, to the cause of religious persecution and of absolute power, without regard for anything else. The relations of France with the Holy See at once felt the effects of this. Cardinal Gaetani received from Rome all the instructions that the most ardent Leaguers could desire, and he gave his approval to a resolution of the Sorbonne to the effect that Henry de Bourbon, heretic and relapsed, was forever excluded from the crown, whether he became a Catholic or not. Henry IV. Had convoked the States General at Tours for the month of March, and had summoned to that city the archbishops and bishops to form a national council, and to deliberate as to the means of restoring the king to the bosom of the Catholic Church. The legate prohibited this council, declaring beforehand the excommunication and deposition of any bishops who should be present at it. The Leaguer Parliament of Paris forbade, on pain of death and confiscation, any connection, any correspondence with Henry de Bourbon and his partisans. A solemn procession of the League took place at Paris on the 14th of March, and a few days afterwards the union was sworn afresh by all the municipal chiefs of the population. In view of such passionate hostility, Henry IV., a stranger to any sort of illusion at the same time that he was always full of hope, saw that his successes at Arques were insufficient for him, and that if he were to occupy the throne in peace he must win more victories. He recommenced the campaign by the siege of Dreux, one of the towns which it was most important for him to possess, in order to put pressure on Paris, and cause her to feel, even at a distance, the perils and evils of war. On Wednesday, the 14th of March, 1590, was fought the battle of Ivry, a village 6 leagues from Evreux, on the left bank of the Eure. "Starting from Dreux on the 12th of March," Poisson, Histoire du règne d'Henri IV., page 180, the royal army had arrived the same day at Nonancourt, marching with the greatest regularity by divisions, and always in close order, through fearful weather, frost having succeeded rain. Moreover, it traversed a portion of the road during the shades of evening. The soldier was harassed and knocked up. But scarcely had he arrived at his destination for the day, when he found large fires lighted everywhere, and provisions in abundance, served out with intelligent regularity to the various quarters of cavalry and infantry. He soon recovered all his strength and daring." The king, in concert with the veteran Marshal de Biron, had taken these prudent measures. All the historians contemporary and posterior have described in great detail the battle of Ivry. the manoeuvres and alternations of success that distinguished it. By rare good fortune, we have an account of the affair written the very same evening in the camp at Rosny by Henry IV. himself, and at once sent off to some of his principal partisans who were absent, amongst others to M. de la Verune, governor of Caen. We will content ourselves here with the king's own words, striking in their precision, brevity, and freedom from any self complacent gasconading on the narrator's part respecting either his party or himself. Letter of King Henry IV. touching the battle of Ivry. "It hath pleased God to grant me that which I had the most desired, to have means of giving battle to mine enemies; having firm confidence that, having got so far, God would give me grace to obtain the victory, as it hath happened this very day. You have heretofore heard how that, after the capture of the town of Honfleur, I went and made them raise the siege they were laying to the town of Meulan, and I offered them battle, which it seemed that they ought to accept, having in numbers twice the strength that I could muster. But in the hope of being able to do so with more safety, they made up their minds to put it off until they had been joined by 1,500 lances which the Duke of Parma was sending them, which was done a few days ago. And then they spread abroad everywhere that they would force me to fight, wheresoever I might be. They thought to have found a very favorable opportunity in coming to encounter me at the siege I was laying before the town of Dreux; but I did not give them the trouble of coming so far; for as soon as I was advertised that they had crossed the river of Seine and were heading towards me, I resolved to put off the siege rather than fail to go and meet them. Having learned that they were 6 leagues from the said Dreux, I set out last Monday, the 12th of this month, and went and took up my quarters at the town of Nonancourt, which was 3 leagues from them, for to cross the river there. On Tuesday I went and took the quarters which they meant to have for themselves, and where their quartermasters had already arrived. I put myself in order of battle, in the morning, on a very fine plain, about a league from the point which they had chosen the day before, and where they immediately appeared with their whole army; but so far from me that I should have given them a great advantage by going so forward to seek them. I contented myself with making them quit a village they had seized close by me. At last night constrained us both to get into quarters, which I did in the nearest villages. To day, having had their position reconnoitred betimes, and after it had been reported to me that they had shown themselves, but even farther off than they had done yesterday, I resolved to approach so near to them that there must needs be a collision. And so it happened between 10 and 11 in the morning. I went to seek them to the very spot where they were posted, and whence they never advanced a step but what they made to the charge. And the battle took place, wherein God was pleased to make known that his protection is always on the side of the right; for in less than an hour, after having spent all their choler in 2 or 3 charges which they made and supported, all their cavalry began to take its departure, leaving their infantry, which was in large numbers. Seeing which, their Swiss had recourse to my compassion, and surrendered, colonels, captains, privates, and all their flags. The lanzknechts and French had no time to take this resolution, for they were cut to pieces, 1,200 of one and as many of the other; the rest prisoners and put to the rout in the woods, at the mercy of the peasants. Of their cavalry there are from 900 to 1,000 killed, and from 400 to 500 dismounted and prisoners, without counting those drowned in crossing the river Eure, which they crossed to Ivry for to put it between them and us, and who are a great number. The rest of the better mounted saved themselves by flight, in very great disorder, having lost all their baggage. I did not let them be until they were close to Mantes. Their white standard is in my hands, and its bearer a prisoner. 12 or 15 other standards of their cavalry, twice as many more of their infantry, all their artillery. Countless lords prisoners, and of dead a great number, even of those in command, whom I have not yet been able to find time to get identified. But I know that amongst others Count Egmont, who was general of all the forces that came from Flanders, was killed. Their prisoners all say that their army was about 4,000 horse, and from 12 to 13,000 foot, of which I suppose not a quarter has escaped. As for mine, it may have been 2,000 horse and 8,000 foot; but of this cavalry more than 600 horse joined me after I was in order of battle on the Tuesday and Wednesday. Nay, the last troop of the noblesse from Picardy, brought up by Sire d'Humieres, and numbering 300 horse, came up when half an hour had already passed since the battle began. It is a miraculous work of God's, who was pleased, first of all, to give me the resolution to attack them, and then the grace to be able so successfully to accomplish it. Wherefore to him alone is the glory, and so far as any of it may, by his permission, belong to man, it is due to the princes, officers of the crown, lords, captains, and all the noblesse, who with so much ardor rushed forward, and so successfully exerted themselves, that their predecessors did not leave them more beautiful examples than they will leave to their posterity. As I am greatly content and satisfied with them, so I think that they are with me, and that they have seen that I had no mind to make use of them anywhere without I had also shown them the way. I am still following up the victory with my cousins, the Princes of Conti, Duke of Montpensier, Count of St. Pol, Marshal Duke of Aumont, Grand Prior of France, La Tremoille, Sieur de la Guiche and de Givry, and several other lords and captains. My cousin Marshal Biron remains with the main army awaiting my tidings, which will go on, I hope, still prospering. You shall hear more fully in my next despatch, which shall follow this very closely, the particulars of this victory, whereof I desired to give you these few words of information, so as not to keep you longer out of the pleasure which I know that you will receive therefrom. I pray you to impart it to all my other good servants yonder, and especially to have thanks given therefor to God, whom I pray to have you in his holy keeping. Henry, from the camp at Rosny, this 14th day of March, 1590. End of Section 2. Section 3 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 35. Henry IV, Protestant King, 1589 to 1593, Part 3. History is not bound to be so reserved and so modest as the king was about himself. It was not only as able captain and valiant soldier that Henry IV distinguished himself at Ivry. There the man was as conspicuous for the strength of his better feelings, as generous and affectionate as the king was far-sighted and bold. When the word was given to march from Dreux, Count Schomberg, colonel of the German auxiliaries called reiters, had asked for the pay of his troops, letting it be understood that they would not fight if their claims were not satisfied. Henry had replied harshly, "People don't ask for money on the eve of a battle." At Ivry, just as the battle was on the point of beginning, he went up to Schomberg. "Colonel," said he, "I hurt your feelings. This may be the last day of my life. I can't bear to take away the honor of a brave and honest gentleman like you. Pray forgive me and embrace me." "Sir," answered Schomberg, "the other day your Majesty wounded me; to day you kill me." He gave up the command of the reiters in order to fight in the king's own squadron, and was killed in action. As he passed along the front of his own squadron, Henry halted, and, "Comrades," said he, "if you run my risks, I also run yours. I will conquer or die with you. Keep your ranks well, I beg. If the heat of battle disperse you for a while, rally as soon as you can under those 3 pear trees you see up yonder to my right; and if you lose your standards, do not lose sight of my white plume; you will always find it in the path of honor, and, I hope, of victory too." Having galloped along the whole line of his army, he halted again, threw his horse's reins over his arm, and clasped his hands, exclaiming, "O God, thou knowest my thoughts, and thou dost see to the very bottom of my heart. If it be for my people's good that I keep the crown, favor thou my cause and uphold my arms. But if thy holy will have otherwise ordained, at least let me die, O God, in the midst of these brave soldiers who give their lives for me." When the battle was over and won, he heard that Rosny had been severely wounded in it, and when he was removed to Rosny Castle, the king, going close up to his stretcher, said, "My friend, I am very glad to see you with a much better countenance than I expected. I should feel still greater joy if you assure me that you run no risk of your life, or of being disabled forever. The rumor was that you had 2 horses killed under you, that you had been borne to earth, rolled over, and trampled upon by the horses of several squadrons, bruised and cut up by so many blows that it would be a marvel if you escaped, or if, at the very least, you were not mutilated for life in some limb. I should like to hug you with both arms. I shall never have any good fortune or increase of greatness but you shall share it. Fearing that too much talking may be harmful to your wounds, I am off again to Mantes. Adieu, my friend. Fare you well, and be assured that you have a good master." Henry IV. had not only a warm but an expansive heart. He could not help expressing and pouring forth his feelings. That was one of his charms, and also one of his sources of power. The victory of Ivry had a great effect in France and in Europe, but not immediately and as regarded the actual campaign of 1590. The victorious king moved on Paris, and made himself master of the little towns in the neighborhood with a view of investing the capital. When he took possession of St. Denis, on the 9th of July, 1590, he had the relics and all the jewelry of the church shown to him. When he saw the royal crown, from which the principal stones had been detached, he asked what had become of them. He was told that M. de Mayenne had caused them to be removed. "He has the stones, then," said the king, "and I have the soil." He visited the royal tombs, and when he was shown that of Catherine de' Medici, "Ah," said he, smiling, "how well it suits her!" And as he stood before Henry III.'s, he said, "Ventre Saint Gris, there is my good brother; I desire that I be laid beside him." As he thus went on visiting and establishing all his posts around Paris, the investment became more strict. It was kept up for more than 3 months, from the end of May to the beginning of September, 1590; and the city was reduced to a severe state of famine, which would have been still more severe if Henry IV. had not several times over permitted the entry of some convoys of provisions and the exit of the old men, the women, the children, in fact the poorest and weakest part of the population. "Paris must not be a cemetery," he said; "I do not wish to reign over the dead." "A true king," says De Thou, "more anxious for the preservation of his kingdom than greedy of conquest, and making no distinction between his own interests and the interests of his people." Two famous Protestants, Ambrose Pare and Bernard Palissy, preserved, one by his surgical and the other by his artistic genius, from the popular fury, were still living at that time in Paris, both 80 years of age, and both pleading for the liberty of their creed and for peace. "Monseigneur," said Ambrose Pare one day to the Archbishop of Lyons, whom he met at one end of the bridge of St. Michael, "this poor people that you see here around you is dying of sheer hunger madness, and demands your compassion; for God's sake show them some, as you would have God's shown to you. Think a little on the office to which God hath called you. Give us peace, or give us wherewithal to live, for the poor folks can hold out no more." The Italian Danigarola himself, Bishop of Asti and attache to the embassy of Cardinal Gaetani, having publicly said that peace was necessary, was threatened by the 16 with being sewn up in a sack and thrown into the river if he did not alter his tone. Not peace, but a cessation of the investment of Paris was brought about, on the 23d of August, 1590, by Duke Alexander of Parma, who, in accordance with express orders from Philip II., went from the Low Countries with his army to join Mayenne at Meaux and threaten Henry IV. With their united forces if he did not retire from the walls of the capital. Henry IV. offered the two dukes battle, if they really wished to put a stop to the investment, but "I am not come so far," answered the Duke of Parma, "to take counsel of my enemy; if my manner of warfare does not please the King of Navarre, let him force me to change it, instead of giving me advice that nobody asks him for." Henry in vain attempted to make the Duke of Parma accept battle. The able Italian established himself in a strongly entrenched camp, surprised Lagny, and opened to Paris the navigation of the Marne, by which provisions were speedily brought up. Henry decided upon retreating; he dispersed the different divisions of his army into Touraine, Normandy, Picardy, Champagne, Burgundy, and himself took up his quarters at Senlis, at Compiegne, in the towns on the banks of the Oise. The Duke of Mayenne arrived on the 18th of September at Paris. The Duke of Parma entered it himself with a few officers, and left it on the 13th of November with his army on his way back to the Low Countries, being a little harassed in his retreat by the royal cavalry, but easy, for the moment, as to the fate of Paris and the issue of the war, which continued during the first 6 months of the year 1591, but languidly and disconnectedly, with successes and reverses seesawing between the two parties, and without any important results. Then began to appear the consequences of the victory of Ivry and the progress made by Henry IV, in spite of the check he received before Paris and at some other points in the kingdom. Not only did many moderate Catholics make advances to him, struck with his sympathetic ability and his valor, and hoping that he would end by becoming a Catholic, but patriotic wrath was kindling in France against Philip II and the Spaniards, those fomenters of civil war in the mere interest of foreign ambition. We quoted but lately the words used by the governor of Dieppe, Aymar de Chastes, when he said to Villars, governor of Rouen, who pressed him to enter the League, "You will yourself find out that the Spaniard is the real head of this League." On the 5th of August, 1590, during the investment of Paris, a placard was pasted all over the city. "Poor Parisians," it said, "I deplore your misery, and I feel even greater pity towards you for being still such simpletons. See you not that this son of perdition of a Spanish ambassador (Bernard de Mendoza), who had our good king murdered, is making game of you, cramming you so with pap that he would fain have had you burst before now in order to lay hands on your goods and on France if he could? He alone prevents peace and the repose of desolated France, as well as the reconciliation of the king and the princes in real amity. Why are ye so tardy to cast him in a sack down stream, that he may return the sooner to Spain?" On the 6th of August there was found written with charcoal on the gate of St. Anthony the following 8 lines: "Some folks for Holy League bear more than the prodigal son in the Bible bore; for he, together with his swine, on bean and root and husk would dine, whilst they, unable to procure such dainty morsels, must endure between their skinny lips to pass offal and tripe of horse or ass." "These," said a Latin inscription on the awnings of the butchers' shops, "are the rewards of those who expose their lives for Philip." Haec sunt munera pro is qui vitam pro Filippo proferunt. Memoires de l'Estoile, pages 73, 74. In 1591 these public sentiments, reproduced and dilated upon in numerous pamphlets, imported dissension into the heart of the League itself, which split up into 2 parties, the Spanish League and the French League. The Committee of 16 labored incessantly for the formation and triumph of the Spanish League; and its principal leaders wrote, on the 2d of September, 1591, a letter to Philip II, offering him the crown of France, and pledging their allegiance to him as his subjects. "We can positively assure your Majesty," they said, "that the wishes of all Catholics are to see your Catholic Majesty holding the sceptre of this kingdom and reigning over us, even as we do throw ourselves right willingly into your arms as into those of our father, or, at any rate, establishing one of your posterity upon the throne." These ringleaders of the Spanish League had for their army the blindly fanatical and demagogic populace of Paris, and were, further, supported by 4,000 Spanish troops, whom Philip II had succeeded in getting almost surreptitiously into Paris. They created a Council of 10, the 16th century's Committee of Public Safety. They proscribed the policists. They, on the 15th of November, had the president, Brisson, and 2 councillors of the Leaguer Parliament arrested, hanged them to a beam, and dragged the corpses to the Place de Grove, where they strung them up to a gibbet with inscriptions setting forth that they were heretics, traitors to the city, and enemies of the Catholic princes. Whilst the Spanish League was thus reigning at Paris, the Duke of Mayenne was at Laon, preparing to lead his army, consisting partly of Spaniards, to the relief of Rouen, the siege of which Henry IV was commencing. Being summoned to Paris by messengers who succeeded one another every hour, he arrived there on the 28th of November, 1591, with 2,000 French troops. He armed the guard of burgesses, seized and hanged in a ground floor room of the Louvre 4 of the chief leaders of the 16, suppressed their committee, re established the Parliament in full authority, and, finally, restored the security and preponderance of the French League, whilst taking the reins once more into his own hands. But the French League before long found itself, in its turn, placed in a situation quite as embarrassing, if not so provocative of odium, as that in which the Spanish League had lately been; for it had become itself the tool of personal and unlawful ambition. The Lorraine princes, it is true, were less foreign to France than the King of Spain was; they had even rendered her eminent service; but they had no right to the crown. Mayenne had opposed to him the native and lawful heir to the throne, already recognized and invested with the kingly power by a large portion of France, and quite capable of disputing his kingship with the ablest competitors. By himself and with his party alone, Mayenne was not in a position to maintain such a struggle; in order to have any chance he must have recourse to the prince whose partisans he had just overthrown and chastised. On the 11th of November, 1591, Henry IV. had laid siege to Rouen with a strong force, and was pushing the operations on vigorously. In order to obtain the troops and money without which he could not relieve this important place, the leader of the French League treated humbly with the patron of the Spanish League. "In the conferences held at La Fere and at Lyon Saintot, between the 10th and the 18th of January, 1592," says M. Poirson, "the Duke of Parma, acting for the King of Spain, and Mayenne drew up conventions which only awaited the ratification of Philip II. To be converted into a treaty. Mayenne was to receive 4 millions of crowns a year and a Spanish army, which together would enable him to oppose Henry IV. He had, besides, a promise of a large establishment for himself, his relatives, and the chiefs of his party. In exchange, he promised, in his own name and that of the princes of his house and the great lords of the League, that Philip II.'s daughter, the Infanta Isabel (Clara Eugenia), should be recognized as sovereign and proprietress of the throne of France, and that the states general, convoked for that purpose, should proclaim her right and confer upon her the throne. It is true," adds M. Poiron, "that Mayenne stipulated that the Infanta should take a husband within the year, at the suggestion of the councillors and great officers of the crown; that the kingdom should be preserved in its entirety, and that its laws and customs should be maintained. It even appears certain that Mayenne purposed not to keep any of these promises, and to amend his infamy by a breach of faith; but a conviction generally prevailed that he recognized the rights of the Infanta, and that he would labor to place her on the throne. The lords of his own party believed it. The legate reported it everywhere. The royal party regarded it as certain. During the whole course of the year 1592, this opinion gave the most disastrous assistance to the intrigues and ascendency of Philip II., and added immeasurably to the public dangers." Poirson, Histoire du règne d'Henri IV, pp. 304 to 306. Whilst these two leagues, one Spanish and the other French, were conspiring thus persistently, sometimes together and sometimes one against the other, to promote personal ambition and interests, at the same time national instinct, respect for traditional rights, weariness of civil war, and the good sense which is born of long experience, were bringing France more and more over to the cause and name of Henry IV. In all the provinces, throughout all ranks of society, the population non enrolled amongst the factions were turning their eyes towards him as the only means of putting an end to war at home and abroad, the only pledge of national unity, public prosperity, and even freedom of trade, a hazy idea as yet, but even now prevalent in the great ports of France and in Paris. Would Henry turn Catholic? That was the question asked everywhere, amongst Protestants with anxiety, but with keen desire, and not without hope amongst the mass of the population. The rumor ran that, on this point, negotiations were half opened even in the midst of the League itself, even at the court of Spain, even at Rome, where Pope Clement VIII., a more moderate man than his predecessor Gregory XIV., "had no desire," says Sully, "to foment the troubles of France, and still less that the King of Spain should possibly become its undisputed king, rightly judging that this would be laying open to him the road to the monarchy of Christendom, and, consequently, reducing the Roman pontiffs to the position, if it were his good pleasure, of his mere chaplains." Economie royale, p. 106. Such being the existing state of facts and minds, it was impossible that Henry IV. should not ask himself roundly the same question, and feel that he had no time to lose in answering it. Section 4 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 35. Henry IV, Protestant King, 1589 to 1593, Part 4. At the beginning of February, 1593, he sent for Rosny one evening very late. "And so," says Rosny, "I found his Majesty in bed, having already wished every one a good night, who, as soon as he saw me come in, ordered a hassock to be brought and me to kneel thereon against his bed, and said to me, 'My friend, I have sent for you so late for to speak with you about the things that are going on, and to hear your opinions thereon. I confess that I have often found them better than those of many others who make a great show of being clever. If you continue to leave me the care of that which concerns you, and yourself to take continual care of my affairs, we shall both of us find it to our welfare. I do not wish to hide any longer that for a long time past I have had my eye upon you in order to employ you personally in my most important affairs, especially in those of my finances, for I hold you to be honest and painstaking. For the present, I wish to speak with you about that large number of persons, of all parties, all ranks, and different tempers, who would be delighted to exert themselves for the pacification of the kingdom, especially if I can resolve to make some arrangement as regards religion. I am quite resolved not to hear of any negotiation or treaty save on these two conditions: that some result may be looked for tending both to the advantage of the people of my kingdom and to the real re-establishment of the kingly authority. I know that it is your custom, whenever I put anything before you, to ask me for time to think well thereon before you are disposed to tell me your opinion. In 3 or 4 days I shall send for you to tell me what has occurred to you touching all these fine hopes that many would have me anticipate from their interventions, all of them persons very diverse in temper, purposes, interests, functions, and religion." "Whereupon," says Rosny, "the king having dismissed me with a good evening, he did not fail to send for me again 3 days afterwards, in order that I should go and see him again in bed; near the which, having made me kneel as before, he said, 'Come now, tell me this moment, and quite at leisurely length, all your foolish fancies, for so you have always called the best counsels you have ever given me, touching the questions I put to you the other evening. I am ready to listen to you right on to the end, without interrupting you.'" "Sir," said Rosny, "I have reflected not only on what your Majesty was pleased to tell me 3 days ago, but also on what I have been able to learn as to the same affairs from divers persons of all qualities and religions, and even some women who have talked to me in order to make me talk, and to see if I knew any particulars of your private intentions. As it seems to me, sir, all these goings, comings, writings, letters, journeys, interventions, parleys, and conferences cannot be better compared than to that swarming of attorneys at the courts, who take 1,000 turns and walks about the great hall, under pretence of settling cases, and all the while it is they who give them birth, and would be very sorry for a single one to die off. In the next place, not a single one of them troubles himself about right or wrong, provided that the crowns are forthcoming, and that by dint of lustily shouting they are reputed eloquent, learned, and well stocked with inventions and subtleties. Consequently, sir, without troubling yourself further with these treaty mongers and negotiators, who do nothing but lure you, bore you, perplex your mind, and fill with doubts and scruples the minds of your subjects, I opine, in a few words, that you must still for some time exercise great address, patience, and prudence, in order that there may be engendered amongst all this mass of confusion, anarchy, and chimera that they call the Holy Catholic Union, so many and such opposite desires, jealousies, pretensions, hatreds, longings, and designs, that at last all the French there are amongst them must come and throw themselves into your arms bit by bit, recognize your kingship alone as possible, and look to nothing but it for protection, prop, or stay. Nevertheless, sir, that your Majesty may not regard me as a spirit of contradiction for having found nothing good in all these proposals made to you by these great negotiators, I will add to my suggestions just one thing. If a bit of Catholicism were quite agreeable to you, if it were properly embraced and accepted accordingly, in honorable and suitable form, it would be of great service, might serve as cement between you and all your Catholic subjects. and it would even facilitate your other great and magnificent designs whereof you have sometimes spoken to me. Touching this, I would say more to you about it if I were of such profession as permitted me to do so with a good conscience. I content myself, as it is, with leaving yours to do its work within you on so ticklish and so delicate a subject." "I quite understand your opinions," said the king. "They resolve themselves almost into one single point. I must not allow the establishment of any association or show of government having the least appearance of being able to subsist, by itself or by its members, in any part of my kingdom, or suffer dismemberment in respect of any one of the royal prerogatives, as regards things spiritual as well as temporal. Such is my full determination." "I answered the king," continues Rosny, "that I was rejoiced to see him taking so intelligent a view of his affairs, and that for the present I had no advice to give him but to seek repose of body and mind, and to permit me likewise to seek the same for myself, for I was dead sleepy, not having slept for 2 nights. And so, without a word more, the king gave me a good night, and as for me, I went back to my quarters." A few days before this conversation between the king and his friend Rosny, on the 26th of January, 1593, the states general of the League had met in the great hall of the Louvre, present the Duke of Mayenne, surrounded by all the pomp of royalty, but so nervous that his speech in opening the session was hardly audible, and that he frequently changed color during its delivery. On leaving, his wife told him that she was afraid he was not well, as she had seen him turn pale 3 or 4 times. 128 deputies had been elected; only 50 were present at this first meeting. They adjourned to the 4th of February. In the interval, on the 28th of January, there had arrived also a royalist trumpeter, bringing, "on behalf of the princes, prelates, officers of the crown, and principal lords of the Catholic faith, who were with the King of Navarre, an offer of a conference between the 2 parties, for to lay down the basis of a peace eagerly desired." On hearing this message, Cardinal Pelève, Archbishop of Sens, one of the most fiery prelates of the League, said, "that he was of opinion that the trumpeter should be whipped, to teach him not to undertake such silly errands for the future." "An opinion," said somebody, "quite worthy of a thick head like his, wherein there is but little sense." The states general of the League were of a different opinion. After long and lively discussion, the 3 orders decided, each separately, on the 25th of February, to consent to the conference demanded by the friends of the King of Navarre. On the 4th of February, when they resumed session, Cardinal Philip de Sega, Bishop of Plasencia, in Spain, and legate of Pope Clement VIII., had requested to be present at the deliberation of the assembly, but his request was refused. The states confined themselves to receiving his benediction and hearing him deliver an address. The different fate of these 2 proposals was a clear indication of the feelings of the assembly. They were very diverse in the 3 orders which constituted it. Almost all the clergy, prelates, and popular preachers were devoted to the Spanish League. The noblesse were not at all numerous at these states. "The most brilliant and most active members of it," says M. Picot correctly, "had ranged themselves behind Henry IV., and it covered itself with eternal honor by having been the first to discern where to look for the hopes and the salvation of France." The third estate was very much divided. It contained the fanatical Leaguers, at the service of Philip II. And the court of Rome, the partisans, much more numerous, of the French League, who desired peace and were ready to accept Henry IV., provided that he turned Catholic, and a small band of political spirits, more powerful in talent than number. Regularly as the deputies arrived, Mayenne went to each of them, saying privately, "Gentlemen, you see what the question is; it is the very chiefest of all matters. Res maxima, rerum agitur. I beg you to give your best attention to it, and to so act that the adversaries steal no march on us and get no advantage over us. Nevertheless, I mean to abide by what I have promised them." Mayenne was quite right; it was certainly the chiefest of all matters, the head of the Protestants of France, the ally of all the Protestants in Europe. Should he become a Catholic and King of France? The temporal head of Catholic Europe, the King of Spain. Should he abolish the Salic law in France, by placing upon it his daughter as queen, and dismember France to his own profit and that of the leaders of the League, his hirelings rather than his allies? Or, peradventure, should one of these Leaguer chiefs be he who should take the crown of France and found a new dynasty there? And which of these Leaguer chiefs should attain this good fortune? A half German or a true Frenchman? A Lorraine prince or a Bourbon? And if a Lorraine prince, which? The Duke of Mayenne, military head of the League, or his uterine brother, the Duke of Nemours? Or his nephew, the young Duke of Guise, son of the Balafre? All these questions were mooted, all these pretensions were on the cards, all these combinations had their special intrigue. And in the competition upon which they entered with one another, at the same time that they were incessantly laying traps for one another, they kept up towards one another, because of the uncertainty of their chances, a deceptive course of conduct often amounting to acts of downright treachery committed without scruple, in order to preserve for themselves a place and share in the unknown future towards which they were moving. It was in order to have his opinion upon a position so dark and complicated, and upon the behavior it required, that Henry IV., then at Mantes, sent once more for Rosny, and had a second conversation a few weeks later with him. "Well, my friend," said the king, "what say you about all these plots that are being projected against my conscience, my life, and my kingdom? Since the death of the Duke of Parma, on the 2d of December, 1592, in the Abbey of Saint Waast at Arras, from the consequences of a wound received in the preceding April at the siege of Caudebec. It seems that deeds of arms have given place to intrigues and contests of words. I fancy that such gentry will never leave me at rest, and will at last, perhaps, attempt my liberty and my life. I beg you to tell me your opinion freely, and what remedies, short of cruelty and violence, I might now employ to get rid of all these hindrances and cabals (monopoles) that are going on against the rights which have come to me by the will of God, by birth, and by the laws of the realm." "Sir," said Rosny, "I do not fancy that deferments and temporizations, any more than long speeches, would now be seasonable. There are, it seems to me, but two roads to take to deliver yourself from peril, but not from anxiety, for from anxiety kings and princes, the greater they are, can the less secure themselves if they wish to reign successfully. One of the two roads is to accommodate yourself to the desires and wishes of those whom you feel distrust; the other, to secure the persons of those who are the most powerful, and of the highest rank, and most suspected by you, and put them in such place as will prevent them from doing you hurt. You know them pretty nearly all. There are some of them very rich. You will be able for a long while to carry on war. As for advising you to go to mass, it is a thing that you ought not, it seems to me, to expect from me, who am of the religion; but frankly will I tell you that it is the readiest and the easiest means of confounding all these cabals (monopoles), and causing all the most mischievous projects to end in smoke." The king. "But tell me freely, I beg of you, what you would do if you were in my place." Rosny. "I can assure you honestly, sir, that I have never thought about what I should feel bound to do for to be king, it having always seemed to me that I had not a head able, or intended, to wear a crown. As to your Majesty, it is another affair. In you, sir, that desire is not only laudable, but necessary, as it does not appear now this realm can be restored to its greatness, opulence, and splendor but by the sole means of your eminent worth and downright kingly courage. But whatever right you have to the kingdom, and whatever need it has of your courage and worth for its restoration, you will never arrive at complete possession and peaceable enjoyment of this dominion but by two sole expedients and means. In case of the first, which is force and arms, you will have to employ strong measures, severity, rigor, and violence, processes which are all utterly opposed to your temper and inclination. You will have to pass through an infinity of difficulties, fatigues, pains, annoyances, perils, and labors, with a horse perpetually between your legs, harness (à l'écrette, a species of light cuirass) on back, helmet on head, pistol in fist, and sword in hand. And what is more, you will have to bid adieu to repose, pleasure, pastime, love, mistress, play, hunting, hawking, and building. For you will not get out of such matters but by multiplicity of town takings, quantity of fights, signal victories, and great bloodshed. By the other road, which is to accommodate yourself, as regards religion, to the wish of the greatest number of your subjects, you will not encounter so many annoyances, pains, and difficulties in this world, but as to the next, I don't answer for you. It is for your Majesty to take a fixed resolution for yourself, without adopting it from any one else, and less from me than from any other, as you well know that I am of the religion, and that you keep me by you, not as a theologian and counsellor of church, but as a man of action and counsellor of state, seeing that you have given me that title, and for a long space employed me as such." The king burst out laughing, and, sitting up in his bed, said, after scratching his head several times, to Rosny, "All you say to me is true, but I see so many thorns on every side that it will go very hard but some of them will prick me full sore. You know well enough that my cousins, the princes of the blood, and ever so many other lords, such as d'Epernon, Longueville, Biron, D'O, and Vitry, are urging me to turn Catholic, or else they will join the League. On the other hand, I know for certain that Messieurs de Turenne, de la Tremoille, and their lot, are laboring daily to have a demand made, if I turn Catholic on behalf of them of the religion, for an assembly to appoint them a protector and an establishment of councils in the provinces, all things that I could not put up with. But if I had to declare war against them to prevent it, it would be the greatest annoyance and trouble that could ever happen to me. My heart could not bear to do ill to those who have so long run my risks, and have employed their goods and their lives in my defence." At these words Rosny threw himself upon his knees, with his eyes full of tears, and, kissing the king's hands, he said, "Sir, I am rejoiced beyond measure to see you so well disposed towards them of the religion. I have always been afraid that if you came to change your religion, as I see full well that you will have to do, you might be persuaded to hate and maltreat those of us others, of the towns as well as of the noblesse, who will always love you heartily and serve you faithfully. And be assured that the number thereof will be so great, that if there rise up amongst them any avaricious, ambitious, and factious, who would fain do the contrary, these will be constrained by the others to return to their duty. What would, in my opinion, be very necessary, would be to prevail upon the zealous Catholics to change that belief which they are so anxious to have embraced by all the rest, to wit, that they of the religion are all damned. There are certainly, also, some ministers and other obtrusive spirits amongst the Huguenots who would fain persuade us of the same as regards Catholics. For my own part, I believe nothing of the kind. I hold it, on the contrary, as indisputable that of whatever religion men make outward profession, if they die keeping the Decalogue and believing in the Creed (apostles), if they love God with all their heart and are charitable towards their neighbour, if they put their hopes in God's mercy and in obtaining salvation by the death, merits, and justice of Jesus Christ, they cannot fail to be saved, because they are then no longer of any erroneous religion, but of that which is most agreeable to God. If you were pleased to embrace it and put it in practice all the days of your life, not only should I have no doubt of your salvation, but I should remain quite assured that, not regarding us as execrable and damned, you would never proceed to the destruction or persecution of those of our religion who shall love you truly and serve you faithfully. From all such reflections and discourse, I conclude that it will be impossible for you ever to reign in peace so long as you make outward profession of a religion which is held in such great aversion by the majority of both great and small in your kingdom, and that you cannot hope to raise it to such general splendor, wealth, and happiness as I have observed you often projecting. Still less could you flatter yourself with the idea of ever arriving at the accomplishment of your lofty and magnificent designs for the establishment of a universal, most Christian republic, composed of all the kings and potentates of Europe who profess the name of Christ. For in order to bring about so great a blessing, you must needs have tranquil possession of a great, rich, opulent, and populous kingdom, and be in a condition to enter into great and trustworthy foreign associations." Economie royale, or Memoires de Sully, pages 81 to 100. One is inclined to believe that, even before their conversations, Henry IV. was very near being of Rosny's opinion; but it is a long stride from an opinion to a resolution. In spite of the breadth and independence of his mind, Henry IV. was sincerely puzzled. He was of those who, far from clinging to a single fact and confining themselves to a single duty, take account of the complication of the facts amidst which they live, and of the variety of the duties which the general situation or their own imposes upon them. Born in the Reformed faith, and on the steps of the throne, he was struggling to defend his political rights whilst keeping his religious creed. But his religious creed was not the fruit of very mature or very deep conviction. It was a question of first claims and of honor rather than a matter of conscience; and, on the other hand, the peace of France, her prosperity, perhaps her territorial integrity, were dependent upon the triumph of the political rights of the Bearnese. Even for his brethren in creed his triumph was a benefit secured, for it was an end of persecution and a first step towards liberty. There is no measuring accurately how far ambition, personal interest, a king's egotism had to do with Henry IV.'s abjuration of his religion. None would deny that those human infirmities were present. But all this does not prevent the conviction that patriotism was uppermost in Henry's soul, and that the idea of his duty as king towards France, a prey to all the evils of civil and foreign war, was the determining motive of his resolution. It cost him a great deal. To the Huguenot gentry and peasantry who fought with him, he said, "You desire peace; I give it you at my own expense. I have made myself anathema for the sake of all, like Moses and St. Paul." He received with affectionate sadness the Reformed ministers and preachers who came to see him. "Kindly pray to God for me," said he to them, "and love me always, as for me I shall always love you; and I will never suffer wrong to be done to you, or any violence to your religion." He had already, at this time, the Edict of Nantes in his mind, and he let a glimpse of it appear to Rosny at their first conversation. When he discussed with the Catholic prelates the conditions of his abjuration, he had those withdrawn which would have been too great a shock to his personal feelings and shackled his conduct too much in the government, as would have been the case with the promise to labor for the destruction of heresy. Even as regarded the Catholic faith, he demanded of the doctors who were preparing him for it some latitude for his own thoughts, and "that he should not have such violence done to his conscience as to be bound to strange oaths, and to sign and believe rubbish which he was quite sure that the majority of them did not believe." Memoires de l'Estoile, p. 472. The most passionate Protestants of his own time reproached him, and some still reproach him, with having deserted his creed, and having repaid with ingratitude his most devoted comrades in arms and brothers in Christ. Perhaps there is some ingratitude also in forgetting that, after 4 years of struggling to obtain the mastery for his religious creed and his political rights simultaneously, Henry IV., convinced that he could not succeed in that, put a stop to religious wars, and founded, to last for 87 years, the free and lawful practice of the Reformed worship in France, by virtue of the Edict of Nantes, which will be spoken of presently. Section 5 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 35. Henry IV., Protestant King, 1589 to 1593, Part 5. Whilst this great question was thus discussed and decided between Henry IV. in person and his principal advisers, the States General of the League and the Conference of Suresnes were vainly bestirring themselves in the attempt to still keep the mastery of events which were slipping away from them. The Leaguer states had an appearance of continuing to wish for the absolute proscription of Henry IV., a heretic king, even on conversion to Catholicism, so long as his conversion was not recognized and accepted by the pope. But there was already great, though timidly expressed, dissent as to this point in the assembly of the states and amongst the population in the midst of which it was living. Nearly a year previously, in May 1592, when he retired from France after having relieved Rouen from siege and taken Caudebec, the Duke of Parma, as clear sighted a politician as he was able soldier, had said to one of the most determined Leaguers, "Your people have abated their fury; the rest hold on but faintly, and in a short time they will have nothing to do with us." Philip II. and Mayenne perceived before long the urgency and the peril of this situation. They exerted themselves, at one time in concert and at another independently, to make head against this change in the current of thoughts and facts. Philip sent to Paris an ambassador extraordinary, the Duke of Feria, to treat with the states of the League and come to an understanding with Mayenne. But Mayenne considered that the Duke of Feria did not bring enough money, and did not introduce enough soldiers. The Spanish army in France numbered but 4,300 men, and Philip had put at his ambassador's disposal but 200,000 crowns, or 600,000 livres of those times. Yet had he ordered that, in respect of the assembly, the pay should not come until after the service was rendered, i.e. after a vote was given in favor of his election or that of his daughter the Infanta Isabella to the throne. It was not the States General only who had to be won over; the preachers of the League were also, at any rate the majority of them, covetous as well as fiery. Both the former and the latter soon saw that the Duke of Feria had not wherewith to satisfy them. "And such as had come," says Villeroy, "with a disposition to favor the Spaniards and serve them for a consideration, despised them and spoke ill of them, seeing that there was nothing to be gained from them." The artifices of Mayenne were scarcely more successful than the stingy presents of Philip II. When the Lorrainer duke saw the chances of Spain in the ascendant as regarded the election of a king of France and the marriage of the Infanta Isabella, he at once set to work, and succeeded without much difficulty, to make them a failure. At bottom it was always for the house of Lorraine, whether for the marriage of his nephew the Duke of Guise with the Infanta Isabella, or for the prolongation of his power, that Mayenne labored. He sometimes managed to excite, for the promotion of this cause, a favorable movement against the States General, or a blast of wrath on the part of the preachers against Henry IV. But it was nothing but a transitory and fruitless effort. The wind no longer sat in the sails of the League. On the 27th of May, 1593, a deputation of 120 burgesses, with the provost of tradesmen at their head, repaired to the house of Count de Belin, governor of Paris, begging him to introduce them into the presence of the Duke of Mayenne, to whom they wished to make a demand for peace, and saying that their request would, at need, be signed by 10,000 burgesses. Next day, 2 colonels of the burgess militia spoke of making barricades. 4 days afterwards, some of the most famous, but lately most popular preachers of the League were hooted and insulted by the people, who shouted at them, as they passed in the streets, that drowning was the due of all those deputies in the states who prevented peace from being made. The conference assembled at Suresnes, of which mention has already been made, had been formed with pacific intentions, or at any rate hopes. Accordingly, it was more tranquil than the States General, but it was not a whit more efficacious. It was composed of 13 delegates for the League and 8 for the king, men of consideration in the 2 parties. At the opening of its sessions, the first time the delegates of the League repaired thither, a great crowd shouted at them, "Peace, peace! Blessed be they who procure it and demand it! Malediction and every devil take all else!" In the villages they passed through, the peasantry threw themselves upon their knees, and, with clasped hands, demanded of them peace. The conference was in session from the 4th of May to the 11th of June, holding many discussions, always temperately and with due regard for propriety, but without arriving at any precise solution of the questions proposed. Clearly neither to this conference nor to the States General of the League was it given to put an end to this stormy and at the same time resultless state of things. Henry IV. alone could take the resolution and determine the issue which everybody was awaiting with wistfulness or with dread, but without being able to accomplish it. D'Aubigne ends his account of the conference at Suresnes with these words: "Those who were present at it reported to the king that there were amongst the Leaguers so many heartburnings and so much confusion that they were all seeking, individually if not collectively, some pretext for surrendering to the king, and consequently that one mass would settle it entirely." Histoire universelle, chapter 20, page 386. Powers that are conscious of their opportuneness and utility do not like to lose time, but are prompt to act. Shortly after his conversations with Rosny, whose opinion was confirmed by that of Chancellor de Chiverny and Count Gaspard de Schomberg, Henry IV. set to work. On the 26th of April, 1593, he wrote to the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Ferdinand de' Medici, that he had decided to turn Catholic. "2 months after that, the Duke of Mayenne should have come to an agreement with him on just and suitable terms;" and foreseeing the expense that would be occasioned to him by "this great change in his affairs," he felicitated himself upon knowing that the Grand Duke was disposed to second his efforts towards a levy of 4,000 Swiss, and advance a year's pay for them. On the 28th of April, he begged the Bishop of Chartres, Nicholas de Thou, to be one of the Catholic prelates whose instructions he would be happy to receive on the 15th of July, and he sent the same invitation to several other prelates. On the 16th of May, he declared to his council his resolve to become a convert. Next day, the 17th, the Archbishop of Bourges announced it to the conference at Suresnes. This news, everywhere spread abroad, produced a lively burst of national and Bourbonic feeling, even where it was scarcely to be expected. At the states general of the League, especially in the chamber of the noblesse, many members protested "that they would not treat with foreigners, or promote the election of a woman, or give their suffrages to any one unknown to them, and at the choice of his Catholic Majesty of Spain." At Paris, a part of the clergy, the incumbents of St. Eustache, St. Merry, and St. Sulpice, and even some of the popular preachers, violent Leaguers but lately, and notably Guincestre, boldly preached peace and submission to the king if he turned Catholic. The principal of the French League, in matters of policy and negotiation, and Mayenne's adviser since 1589, Villeroy, declared "that he would not bide in a place where the laws, the honor of the nation, and the independence of the kingdom were held so cheap." And he left Paris on the 28th of June. Finally, on this same day, the Parliament of Paris, all chambers assembled, issued a decree known by the name of the Decree of President Lemaitre, who had the chief hand in it, and conceived as follows: "The court, having, as it has always had, no intention but to maintain the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman religion, and the state and crown of France, under the protection of a most Christian, Catholic, and French king, hath ordained and doth ordain that representations shall be made, this afternoon, by President Lemaitre, assisted by a proper number of councillors of the said court, to the Duke of Mayenne, lieutenant general of the state and crown of France, to the end that no treaty be made for the transfer of the crown to the hands of foreign princes or princesses, and that the fundamental laws of the realm be observed. And from the present moment the said court hath declared and doth declare all treaties made or hereafter to be made for the setting up of foreign prince or princess null and of no effect or value, as being made to the prejudice of the Salic law and other fundamental laws of this realm." It was understood that this decree excluded from the crown of France not only Philip II., the Infanta Isabella, Archduke Ernest, and all the Spanish and Austrian princes, but also all the princes of the house of Guise, "because the qualification of foreigners applied to all the princes who were not of the blood royal, and who were issue of foreign houses, even though they might have been born in France, and were regnicoles." Mayenne refused, it is not known on what pretext, to receive the communication of this decree on the same day on which it was voted by the Parliament. When President Lemaitre presented it to him the next day before a large attendance, Mayenne kept his temper, and confined himself to replying gruffly, "My first care has always been to defend the Catholic religion and maintain the laws of the realm. It seems now that I am no longer necessary to the state, and that it will be easy to do without me. I could have wished, considering my position, that the Parliament had not decided anything in a matter of such importance without consulting me. However, I will do all that I find possible for me, and that appears reasonable as to the 2 points of your representations." On the following day, 30th of June, Mayenne was dining with the Archbishop of Lyons, Peter d'Espignac. President Lemaitre was sent for, and the wrath of the lieutenant general burst forth. "The insult put upon me is too palpable for me to be quiet under it. Since I am played fast and loose with in that way, I have resolved to quash the decree of the Parliament. The Archbishop of Lyons is about to explain to you my feelings and my motives." The archbishop spoke long and bitterly, dwelling upon the expression that "the Parliament had played fast and loose" with the prince. President Lemaitre interrupted him. "I cannot, unmoved, hear you repeating, sir, that to which my respect made me shut my eyes when the prince spoke. Looking upon me as an individual, you might speak to me in any way you thought proper; but so soon as the body I represent here is injured by insulting terms, I take offence, and I cannot suffer it. Know then, sir, that the Parliament does not deceive or play fast and loose with anybody, and that it renders to every man his due." The conversation was continued for some moments in this warm and serious tone; but the quarrel went no further. From the account they received of it, the Parliament applauded the premier president's firmness, and all the members swore that they would suffer anything rather than that there should be any change in the decree. It remained intact, and Mayenne said no more about it. During these disputes amongst the civil functionaries, and continuing all the while to make proposals for a general truce, Henry IV. vigorously resumed warlike operations, so as to bring pressure upon his adversaries and make them perceive the necessity of accepting the solution he offered them. He besieged and took the town of Dreux, of which the castle alone persisted in holding out. He cut off the provisions which were being brought by the Marne to Paris. He kept Poitiers strictly invested. Lesdiguières defeated the Savoyards and the Spaniards in the valleys of Dauphiny and Piedmont. Count Mansfeld was advancing with a division towards Picardy, but at the news that the king was marching to encounter him, he retired with precipitation. From the military as well as the political point of view, there is no condition worse than that of stubbornness mingled with discouragement. And that was the state of Mayenne and the League. Henry IV. perceived it, and confidently hurried forward his political and military measures. The castle of Dreux was obliged to capitulate. Thanks to the 4,000 Swiss paid for him by the Grand Duke of Florence, to the numerous volunteers brought to him by the noblesse of his party, "and to the sterling quality of the old Huguenot phalanx, folks who, from father to son, are familiarized with death," says D'Aubigne, Henry IV. had recovered, in June, 1593, so good an army that, "by means of it," he wrote to Ferdinand de' Medici, "I shall be able to reduce the city of Paris in so short a time as will cause you great contentment." But he was too judicious and too good a patriot not to see that it was not by an indefinitely prolonged war that he would be enabled to enter upon definitive possession of his crown, and that it was peace, religious peace, that he must restore to France in order to really become her king. He entered resolutely, on the 15th of July, 1593, upon the employment of the moral means which alone could enable him to attain this end. He assembled at Mantes the conference of prelates and doctors, Catholic and Protestant, which he had announced as the preface to his conversion. He had previously, on the 13th of May, given assurance to the Protestants as to their interests by means of a declaration, on the part of 8 amongst the principal Catholic lords attached to his person, who undertook, "with his Majesty's authorization, that nothing should be done in the said assemblies to the prejudice of friendly union between the Catholics who recognized his Majesty and them of the religion, or contrary to the edicts of pacification." On the 21st of July, the prelates and doctors of the conference transferred themselves from Mantes to St. Denis. On Friday, July 23, in the morning, Henry wrote to Gabriel de l'Estrees, "Sunday will be the day when I shall make the Somerset that brings down the house," or le saut périlleux. A few hours after using such flippant language to his favorite, he was having a long conference with the prelates and doctors, putting to them the gravest questions about the religion he was just embracing, asking them for more satisfactory explanations on certain points, and repeating to them the grounds of his resolution. "I am moved with compassion at the misery and calamities of my people. I have discovered what they desire, and I wish to be enabled, with a safe conscience, to content them." At the end of the conference, "Gentlemen," he said, "I this day commit my soul to your keeping. I pray you take heed to it; for wheresoever you are causing me to enter, I shall never more depart till death; that I swear and protest to you." And in a voice of deep emotion, his eyes dim with tears, "I desire no further delay. I wish to be received on Sunday and go to mass. Draw up the profession of faith you think I ought to make, and bring it to me this evening." When the Archbishop of Bourges and the Bishops of Le Mans and Evreux brought it to him on the Saturday morning, he discussed it apart with them, demanding the cutting out of some parts which struck too directly at his previous creed and life; and Chancellor de Chiverny and 2 presidents of the Parliament, Harlay and Groulard, used their intervention to have him satisfied. The profession of faith was modified. Next day, Sunday, the 25th of July, before he got up, Henry conversed with the Protestant minister Anthony de la Faye, and embraced him 2 or 3 times, repeating to him the words already quoted, "I have made myself anathema for the sake of all, like Moses and St. Paul." A painful mixture of the frivolous and the serious, of sincerity and captious reservations, of resolution and weakness, at which nobody has any right to be shocked who is not determined to be pitiless towards human nature, and to make no allowance in the case of the best men for complication of the facts, ideas, sentiments, and duties under the influence of which they are often obliged to decide and to act. On Sunday, the 25th of July, 1593, Henry IV. repaired in great state to the church of St. Denis. On arriving with all his train in front of the grand entrance, he was received by Reginald de Beaune, Archbishop of Bourges, the 9 bishops, the doctors, and the incumbents who had taken part in the conferences, and all the brethren of the abbey. "Who are you?" asked the archbishop who officiated. "The king." "What want you?" "To be received into the bosom of the Catholic, Apostolic, and Roman Church." "Do you desire it?" "Yes, I will and desire it." At these words the king knelt and made the stipulated profession of faith. The archbishop gave him absolution, together with benediction; and, conducted by all the clergy to the choir of the church, he there, upon the Gospels, repeated his oath, made his confession, heard mass, and was fully reconciled with the church. The inhabitants of Paris, dispensing with the passports which were refused them by Mayenne, had flocked in masses to St. Denis, and been present at the ceremony. The vaulted roof of the church resounded with their shouts of hurrah for the king. There was the same welcome on the part of the dwellers in the country when Henry repaired to the valley of Montmorency and to Montmartre to perform his devotions there. Here, then, was religious peace, a prelude to political reconciliation between the monarch and the great majority of his subjects. Section 6 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV., Catholic King, 1593 to 1610. During the months, weeks, nay, it might be said, days immediately following Henry IV.'s abjuration, a great number of notable persons and important towns, and almost whole provinces, submitted to the Catholic king. Henry was reaping the fruits of his decision. France was flocking to him. But the general sentiments of a people are far from satisfying and subduing the selfish passions of the parties which have taken form and root in its midst. Religious and political peace responded to and sufficed for the desires of the great majority of Frenchmen, Catholic and Protestant; but it did not at all content the fanatics, Leaguer or Huguenot. The former wanted the complete extirpation of heretics; the latter the complete downfall of Catholicism. Neither these nor those were yet educated up to the higher principle of religious peace, distinction between the civil and the intellectual order, freedom of thought and of faith guaranteed by political liberty. Even at the present day, the community of France, nation and government, all the while that they proclaim this great and salutary truth, do not altogether understand and admit its full bearing. The 16th century was completely ignorant of it. Leaguers and Huguenots were equally convinced that they possessed, in the matter of religion, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that they were in their right to propagate its empire at any price. Thence arose, in respect of religious peace and of Henry IV., who naturally desired it as the requirement and the wish of France, a great governmental difficulty. It is honorable to human nature that it never submits freely and sincerely to anything but what it considers not only useful, but essentially true and just. Its passions bow to principles only. Wherever the higher principle is wanting, there also is wanting the force that compels respect from passion. Now the fanatics, Leaguer and Huguenot, had a fixed principle. With the former it was the religious sovereignty of the pope, as representative and depositary of the unity of the Christian church; with the others It was the negation of this sovereignty and the revindication of the free regimen of the primitive Christian church. To these fixed and peremptory principles the government of Henry IV. Had nothing similar to oppose. It spoke in the name of social interests, of the public peace, and of mutual toleration. All excellent reasons, but with merits consisting in their practical soundness, not in their logical connection with the superior principle to which the 16th century had not yet attained. It was all very well for Henry IV. To maintain the cause and to have the support of the great majority in France; but outside of this majority he was incessantly encountering and incessantly having to put down or to humor two parties, or rather factions, full of discontent and as irreconcilable with him as among themselves, for it was not peace and tolerance that they demanded of him, but victory and supremacy in the name of absolute right. This, then, was the scene. On one side, a great majority of Catholics and Protestants, favorable, for different practical reasons, to Henry IV. turned Catholic king; on the other, two minorities, one of stubborn Catholics of the League, the other of Protestants anxious for their creed and their liberty. Both discontented and distrustful. Such, after Henry IV.'s abjuration, was the striking feature in the condition of France and in the situation of her king. This triple fact was constantly present to the mind of Henry IV., and ruled his conduct during all his reign. All the acts of his government are proof of that. His first embarrassments arose from the faction of Catholics to the backbone. After his abjuration, just as much as at his accession, the League continued to exist and to act against him. The legate, Gaetani, maintained that the bishops of France had no right, without the pope's approval, to give an excommunicated prince absolution. He opposed the 3 months' truce concluded by Mayenne, and threatened to take his departure for Rome. Mayenne, to appease him and detain him, renewed the alliance between the League and Spain, prevailed upon the princes and marshals to renew also the oath of union, caused the States General of the League to vote the adoption of the Council of Trent, and, on proroguing them, August 8, 1593, received from them a promise to return at the expiration of the truce. For the members of that assembly it was not a burdensome engagement. Independently of the compensation they had from their provinces, which was 10 livres, or 36 francs 60 centimes, a day during each session, they received from the King of Spain a regular retainer, which raised it, for the 5 months from June to October, to 72,144 francs, which they divided between themselves. "It was presumed," said Jehan Huillier, provost of tradesmen, to one of his colleagues who was pressing him to claim this payment from the ambassador of Spain, "that the money came from M. de Mayenne, not from foreigners." But honest people, such as Duvert and Thielmont, did not content themselves with this presumption, and sent to the Hotel Dieu, for maintenance of the poor, the share which was remitted to them. Poirson, Histoire du règne de Henri IV, p. 463. Picot, Histoire des Etats Généraux, p. 249. The States General of the League did not appear again. Their prorogation was their death. The year 1594, which came after them, was for Henry IV. A year of home conquests, some pacific and due to the spontaneous movement of the inhabitants, others obtained after resistance and purchased with gold. The town of Lyons set the example of the first. A rumor spread that the Spaniards were preparing an expedition against it. Some burgesses met to consult, and sent a private message to Alphonse d'Ornano, who was conducting the war for the king in Dauphiny, pressing him to move forward, on a day appointed, to the Faubourg de la Guillotière. A small force sent by Ornano arrived, accordingly, on the 7th of February, about daybreak, at the foot of the bridge over the Rhone, in the Faubourg, and, after a stubborn resistance, dislodged the outpost on duty there. At sound of the fighting, excitement broke out in the town, and barricades were thrown up, amidst shouts of "Hurrah for French liberty!" without any mention of the king's name. The archbishop, Peter d'Espignac, a staunch Leaguer, tried to intimidate the burgesses, or at any rate to allay the excitement. As he made no impression, he retired into his palace. The people arrested the sheriffs and seized the arsenal. The king's name resounded everywhere. "The noise of the cheering was such," says de Thou, "that there was no hearing the sound of the bells. Everybody assumed the white scarf with so much zeal that by evening there was not a scrap of white silk left at the tradesmen's. Tables were laid in the streets, the king's arms were put up on the gates and in the public thoroughfares." Ornano marched in over the barricades. Royalist sheriffs were substituted for the Leaguer sheriffs, and hastened to take the oath of allegiance to the king, who had nothing to do but thank the Lyonnese for having been the first to come over to him without constraint or any exigency, and who confirmed by an edict all their municipal liberties. At the very moment when the Lyonnese were thus springing to the side of their king, there set out from Lyons the first assassin who raised a hand against Henry IV., Peter Parrière, a poor boatman of the Loire, whom an unhappy passion for a girl in the household of Marguerite de Valois and the preachings of fanatics had urged on to this hateful design. Assassin we have called him, although there was not on his part so much as an attempt at assassination. But he had, by his own admission, projected and made preparations for the crime, to the extent of talking it over with accomplices and sharpening the knife he had purchased for its accomplishment. Having been arrested at Melun and taken to Paris, he was sentenced to capital punishment, and to all the tortures that ingenuity could add to it. He owned to everything, whilst cursing those who had assured him that, "if he died in the enterprise, his soul, uplifted by angels, would float away to the bosom of God, where he would enjoy eternal bliss." Moved by his torments and his repentance, the judge who presided at his execution took upon himself to shorten it by having him strangled. The judge was reported to the king for this indulgence. Henry praised him for it, adding that he would have pardoned the criminal if he had been brought before him. Thus commenced, at the opening of his reign, the series of attempts to which he was destined to succumb, after 17 years of good, able, generous, and mild government. In Normandy, at Rouen, the royalist success was neither so easy nor so disinterested as it had been at Lyons. Andrew de Brancas, Lord of Villars, an able man and valiant soldier, was its governor. He had served the League with zeal and determination. Nevertheless, "from the month of August, 1593, immediately after the king's conversion, he had shown a disposition to become his servant, and to incline thereto all those whom he had in his power." Histoire du Parlement de Normandie, by M. Floquet, pp. 611 to 617. Henry IV. commissioned Rosny to negotiate with him; and Rosny went into Normandy, to Louviers first, and then to Rouen itself. The negotiation seemed to be progressing favorably, but a distrustful whim in regard to Villars, and the lofty pretensions he put forward, made Rosny hang back for a while, and tell the whole story to the king, at the same time asking for his instructions. Henry replied, "My friend, you are an ass to employ so much delay, and import so many difficulties and manoeuvres into a business the conclusion of which is of so great importance to me for the establishment of my authority and the relief of my people. Do you no longer remember the counsels you have so many times given to me, while setting before me as an example that given by a certain Duke of Milan to King Louis XI. at the time of the war called that of the common weal? It was to split up, by considerations of private interest, all those who were leagued against him on general pretexts. That is what I desire to attempt now, far preferring that it should cost twice as much to treat separately with each individual as it would to arrive at the same results by means of a general treaty concluded with a single leader, who, in that way, would be enabled to keep up still an organized party within my dominions. You know plenty of folks who wanted to persuade me to that. Wherefore, do not any longer waste your time in doing either so much of the respectful towards those whom you wot of, and whom we will find other means of contenting, or of the economical by sticking at money. We will pay everything with the very things given up to us, the which, if they had to be taken by force, would cost us 10 times as much. Seeing, then, that I put entire trust in you, and love you as a good servant, do not hesitate any longer to make absolute and bold use of your power, which I further authorize by this letter, so far as there may be further need for it, and settle as soon as possible with M. de Villars. But secure matters so well that there may be no possibility of a slip, and send me news thereof promptly, for I shall be in constant doubt and impatience until I receive it. And then, when I am peaceably king, we will employ the excellent manoeuvres of which you have said so much to me, and you may rest assured that I will spare no travail and fear no peril in order to raise my glory and my kingdom to the height of splendor. Adieu, my friend. Senlis, this 18th day of March, 1594." Amongst the pretensions made by Villars there was one which could not be satisfied without the consent of a man still more considerable than he, and one with whom Henry IV. Was obliged to settle, Biron. Villars had received from Mayenne the title and office of admiral of France, and he wished, at any price, to retain them on passing over to the king's service. Now Henry IV. Had already given this office to Biron, who had no idea of allowing himself to be stripped of it. It was all very fine to offer him in exchange the baton of a marshal of France, but he would not be satisfied with it. "It was necessary," says M. Floquet, Histoire du Parlement de Normandie, pp. 613 to 616, "for the king's sister (Princess Catherine) to intervene. At last a promise of 120,000 crowns won Biron over, though against the grain." But he wanted solid securities. Attention was then turned to the Parliament of Caen, always so ready to do anything and sacrifice anything. Saldaigne d'Incarville, comptroller general of finance, having been despatched to Caen, went straight to the palace and reported to the Parliament the proposals and conditions of Villars and Biron. "The king," said he, "not having been able to bring Rouen to reason by process of arms, and being impatient to put some end to these miseries, wishes now to try gentle processes, and treat with those whom he has not yet been able to subdue. But co operation on the part of the sovereign bodies of the provinces is necessary." "To that which is for the good of our service is added your private interest," wrote Henry IV. To the Parliament of Caen. And his messenger, d'Incarville, added, "I have left matters at Rouen so arranged as to make me hope that, before a fortnight is over, you will be free to return thither, and enter your homes once more." At the first mention of peace and the prospect of a reconciliation between the royalist Parliament of Caen and the Leaguer Parliament of Rouen, the Parliament, the Exchequer Chamber, and the Court of Taxation agreed to a fresh sacrifice and a last effort. The four presidents of the Parliament lost no time in signing, together, and each for all, an engagement to guarantee the 120,000 crowns promised to Biron. The members of the body bound themselves all together to guarantee the four presidents, in their turn, in respect of the engagement they were contracting; and a letter was addressed on the spot to Henry IV. "To thank the monarch for his good will and affection, and the honor he was doing the members of his Parliament of Normandy, by making them participators in the means and overtures adopted for arriving at the reduction of the town of Rouen." M. Floquet, Histoire du Parlement de Normandie, pages 613 to 616. Here is the information afforded, as regards the capitulation of Villars to Henry IV., by the statement, drawn up by Sully himself, of "the amount of all debts on account of all the treaties made for the reduction of districts, towns, places, and persons to obedience unto the king, in order to the pacification of the realm." "To M. Villars, for himself, his brother Chevalier d'Oise, the towns of Rouen and Havre and other places, as well as for compensation which had to be made to Messieurs de Montpensier, Marshal de Biron, Chancellor de Chiverny, and other persons included in his treaty, 3,447,800 livres." Poisson, Histoire du règne de Henri IV, p. 667. These details have been entered into without hesitation, because it is important to clearly understand by what means, by what assiduous efforts, and at what price Henry IV. Managed to win back pacifically many provinces of his kingdom, rally to his government many leaders of note, and finally to confer upon France that territorial and political unity which she lacked under the feudal regimen, and which, in the 16th century, the religious wars all but put it beyond her power to acquire. To the two instances just cited of royalist reconciliation, Lyons and the spontaneous example set by her population, and Rouen and the dearly purchased capitulation of her governor Villars, must be added a third, of a different sort. Nicholas de Neufville, Lord of Villeroy, after having served Charles IX. And Henry III., had become, through attachment to the Catholic cause, a member of the League, and one of the Duke of Mayenne's confidants. When Henry IV. Was King of France and Catholic king, Villeroy tried to serve his cause with Mayenne, and induce Mayenne to be reconciled with him. Meeting with no success, he made up his mind to separate from the League, and go over to the king's service. He could do so without treachery or shame; even as a Leaguer and a servant of Mayenne's, he had always been opposed to Spain, and devoted to a French, but, at the same time, a faithfully Catholic policy. He imported into the service of Henry IV. the same sentiments and the same bearing. He was still a zealous Catholic, and a partisan, for king and country's sake, of alliance with Catholic powers. He was a man of wits, experience, and resource, who knew Europe well, and had some influence at the court of Rome. Henry IV. saw at once the advantage to be gained from him, and, in spite of the Protestants' complaints and his sister Princess Catherine's prayers, made him, on the 25th of September, 1594, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. This acquisition did not cost him so dear as that of Villars. Still, we read in the statement of sums paid by Henry IV. for this sort of conquest, "Furthermore, to M. de Villeroi, for himself, his son, the town of Pontoise, and other individuals, according to their treaty, 476,594 livres." It is quite true that this statement was drawn up by Sully, the unwavering supporter of Protestant alliances in Europe, and, as such, Villeroi's opponent in the council of Henry IV. But the other contemporary documents confirm Sully's assertion. Villeroi was a faithful servant to Henry, who well repaid him by staunchness in supporting him against the repeated attacks of violent Reformers. In 1594, when he became minister of foreign affairs, the following verse was in vogue at the Louvre: "The king could never beat the League; 'twas Villeroi who did the thing. So well he managed his intrigue, that now the League hath got the king." It is quite certain, however, that Henry IV. was never of the opinion expressed in that verse; for 10 years later, in 1604, Villeroi, having found himself much compromised by the treachery of a chief clerk in his department, who had given up to the Spanish government some important despatches, the king, though very vexed at this mishap, "the consequences of which rankled in his heart far more than he allowed to appear openly, nevertheless continued to look most kindly on Villeroi, taking the trouble to call upon him, to console and comfort him under this annoyance, and not showing him a suspicion of mistrust because of what had happened, any more than formerly, nay, even less." Journal de l'Estoile, pp. 85 to 441. Never had prince a better or nobler way of employing confidence in his proceedings with his servants, old or new, at the same time that he made clear sighted and proper distinctions between them. Section 7 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV., Catholic King, 1593 to 1610. Part II. Henry IV., with his mind full of his new character as a Catholic king, perceived the necessity of getting the pope to confirm the absolution which had been given him at the time of his conversion by the French bishops. It was the condition of his credit amongst the numerous Catholic population who were inclined to rally to him, but required to know that he was at peace with the head of their church. He began by sending to Rome non official agents instructed to quietly sound the pope, amongst others Arnold d'Ossat, a learned professor in the University of Paris, who became at a later period the celebrated cardinal and diplomat of that name. Clement VIII., or Hippolytus Aldobrandini, was a clever man, moderate and prudent to the verge of timidity, and one who was disinclined to take decisive steps as to difficult questions or positions until they had been decided by events. He refused to have any communication with him who he still called the Prince of Bearn, and only received the agents of Henry IV. privately in his closet. But whilst he was personally severe and exacting in his behavior to them, he had a hint given them by one of his confidants not to allow themselves to be rebuffed by any obstacle, for the pope would sooner or later welcome back the lost child who returned to him. At this report, and by the advice of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Ferdinand de' Medici, Henry IV. determined to send a solemn embassy to Rome, and to put it under the charge of a prince of Italian origin, Peter de Gonzaga, Duke of Nevers. But either through the pope's stubborn resolve or the ambassador's somewhat impatient temper, devoted as he was, however, to the Holy See, the embassy had no success. The Duke of Nevers could not obtain an official reception as ambassador of the King of France. It was in vain that he had 5 confidential audiences of the pope; in vain that he represented energetically to him all the progress Henry IV. Had already made, all the chances he had of definitive success, all the perils to which the papacy exposed itself by rejecting his advances. Clement VIII. Persisted in his determination. Philip II. and Mayenne still reigned in his ideas, and he dismissed the Duke of Nevers on the 13th of January, 1594, declaring once more that he refused to the Navarrese absolution at the inner bar of conscience, absolution at the outer bar, and confirmation in his kingship. Henry IV. Did not put himself out, did not give himself the pleasure of testifying to Rome his discontent. He saw that he had not as yet sufficiently succeeded, sufficiently vanquished his enemies, or won to himself his kingdom with sufficient completeness and definitiveness, to make the pope feel bound to recognize and sanction his triumph. He set himself once more to work to grow still greater in France, and force the gates of Rome without its being possible to reproach him with violence or ill temper. He had been absolved and crowned at St. Denis by the bishops of France. He had not been anointed at Rheims, according to the religious traditions of the French monarchy. At Rheims he could not be, for it was still in the power of the League. Researches were made to discover whether the ceremony of anointment might take place elsewhere. Numerous instances were found, and in the case of famous kings. Pepin the Short had been anointed first of all at Mayence, Charlemagne and Louis the Debonair at Rome, Charles the Bald at Mayence, several emperors at Aix la Chapelle and at Cologne. The question of the holy phial (ampoule) was also discussed, and it was proved that on several occasions other oils, held to be of miraculous origin, had been employed instead. These difficulties thus removed, the anointment of Henry IV. Took place at Chartres on the 27th of February, 1594. The Bishop of Chartres, Nicholas de Thou, officiated, and drew up a detailed account of all the ceremonies and all the rejoicings. 13 medals, each weighing 15 gold crowns, were struck, according to custom. They bore the king's image, and for legend, In via virtuti nulla est via, or To manly worth no road is inaccessible. Henry IV., on his knees before the grand altar, took the usual oath, the form of which was presented to him by Chancellor de Cheverny. With the exception of local accessories, which were acknowledged to be impossible and unnecessary, there was nothing wanting to this religious hallowing of his kingship. But one other thing, more important than the anointment at Chartres, was wanting. He did not possess the capital of his kingdom. The League were still masters of Paris. Uneasy masters of their situation, but not so uneasy, however, as they ought to have been. The great leaders of the party, the Duke of Mayenne, his mother the Duchess of Nemours, his sister the Duchess of Montpensier, and the Duke of Feria, Spanish ambassador, were within its walls, a prey to alarm and discouragement. "At breakfast," said the Duchess of Montpensier, "they regale us with the surrender of a hamlet; at dinner, of a town; at supper, of a whole province." The Duchess of Nemours, who desired peace, exerted herself to convince her son of all their danger. "Set your affairs in order," she said; "if you do not begin to make your arrangements with the king before leaving Paris, you will lose this capital. I know that projects are already afoot for giving it up, and that those who can do it, and in whom you have most confidence, are accomplices and even authors of the plot." Mayenne himself did not hide from his confidants the gravity of the mischief and his own disquietude. "Not a day," he wrote on the 4th of February, 1594, to the Marquis of Montpezat, "but brings some trouble because of the people's yearning for repose, and of the weakness which is apparent on our side. I stem and stop this ferment with as much courage as I can; but the present mischief is overwhelming. The King of Navarre will in a few days have an army of 20,000 men, French as well as foreigners. What will become of us, if we have not wherewithal not only to oppose him, but to make him lose the campaign? I can tell you of a verity that, save for my presence, Paris would have already been lost because of the great factions there are in it, which I take all the pains in the world to disperse and break up, and also because of the small aid, or rather the gainsaying, I meet with from the ministers of the King of Spain." Mayenne tried to restore amongst the Leaguers both zeal and discipline. He convoked, on the 2d of March, a meeting of all that remained of the faction of the 16. He calculated upon the presence of some 1,200. Scarcely 300 came. He had an harangue delivered to them by the Rev. John Boucher, charged them to be faithful to the old spirit of the League, promised them that he would himself be faithful even to death, and exhorted them to be obedient in everything to Brissac, whom he had just appointed governor of the city, and to the provost of tradesmen. On announcing to them his imminent departure for Soissons, to meet some auxiliary troops which were to be sent to him by the King of Spain, "I leave to you," he said, "what is dearest to me in the world, my wife, my children, my mother, and my sister." But when he did set out, 4 days afterwards, on the 6th of March, 1594, he took away his wife and his children. His mother had already warned him that Brissac was communicating secretly, by means of his cousin, Sieur de Rochepot, with the royalists, and that the provost of tradesmen, Huillier, and 3 of the 4 sheriffs were agreed to bring the city back to obedience to the king. When the 16 and their adherents saw Mayenne departing with his wife and children, great were their alarm and wrath. A large band, with the incumbent of St. Cosmo (Hamilton) at their head, rushed about the streets in arms, saying, "Look to your city; the policists are brewing a terrible business for it." Others, more violent, cried, "To arms! Down upon the policists! Begin! Let us make an end of it!" The policists, that is, the burgesses inclined to peace, repaired on their side to the provost of tradesmen to ask for his authority to assemble at the palace or the Hotel de Ville, and to provide for security in case of any public calamity. The provost tried to elude their entreaties by pleading that the Duke of Mayenne would think ill of their assembling. "Then you are not the tradesmen's, but M. de Mayenne's provost?" said one of them. "I am no Spaniard," answered the provost, "no more is M. de Mayenne. I am anxious to reconcile you to the 16." "We are honest folks, not branded and defamed like the 16; we will have no reconciliation with the wretches." The Parliament grew excited, and exclaimed against the insolence and the menaces of the 16. "We must give place to these sedition mongers, or put them down." A decree, published by sound of trumpet, on the 14th of March, 1594, throughout the whole city, prohibited the 16 and their partisans from assembling, on pain of death. That same day, Count de Brissac, governor of Paris, had an interview at the Abbey of St. Anthony with his brother in law Francis d'Epinay, Lord of St. Luc, Henry IV.'s Grand Master of the Ordnance. They had disputes touching private interests, which they wished, they said, to put right; and on this pretext advocates had appeared at their interview. They spent 3 hours in personal conference, their minds being directed solely to the means of putting the king into possession of Paris. They separated in apparent dudgeon. Brissac went to call upon the legate Gaetani, and begged him to excuse the error he had committed in communicating with a heretic. His interest in the private affairs in question was too great, he said, for him to neglect it. The legate excused him graciously, whilst praising him for his modest conduct, and related the incident to the Duke of Feria, the Spanish ambassador. "He is a good fellow, M. de Brissac," said the ambassador; "I have always found him so. You have only to employ the Jesuits to make him do all you please. He takes little notice otherwise of affairs. One day, when we were holding council in here, whilst we were deliberating, he was amusing himself by catching flies." For 4 days the population of Paris was occupied with a solemn procession in honor of Saint Genevieve, in which the Parliament and all the municipal authorities took part. Brissac had agreed with his brother in law d'Epinay that he would let the king in on the 22d of March, and he had arranged, in concert with the provost of tradesmen, 2 sheriffs, and several district captains, the course of procedure. On the 21st of March, in the evening, some Leaguers paid him a visit, and spoke to him warmly about the rumors current on the subject in the city, calling upon him to look to it. "I have received the same notice," said Brissac coolly, "and I have given all the necessary orders. Leave me to act, and keep you quiet, so as not to wake up those who will have to be secured. To morrow morning you will see a fine to do and the policists much surprised." During all the first part of the night between the 21st and 22d of March, Brissac went his rounds of the city, and the guards he had posted, "with an appearance of great care and solicitude." He had some trouble to get rid of certain Spanish officers, "whom the Duke of Feria had sent him to keep company in his rounds, with orders to throw themselves upon him and kill him at the first suspicious movement. But they saw nothing to confirm their suspicions, and at 2 A.M. Brissac brought them back much fatigued to the duke's, where he left them." Henry IV., having started on the 21st of March from Senlis, where he had mustered his troops, and arrived about midnight at St. Denis, immediately began his march to Paris. The night was dark and stormy, thunder rumbled, rain fell heavily, the king was a little behind time. At 3 A.M. the policists inside Paris had taken arms and repaired to the posts that had been assigned to them. Brissac had placed a guard close to the quarters of the Spanish ambassador, and ordered the men to fire on any who attempted to leave. He had then gone in person, with L'Huillier, the provost of tradesmen, to the New Gate, which he had caused to be unlocked and guarded. Sheriff Langlois had done the same at the gate of St. Denis. On the 22d of March, at 4 A.M., the king had not yet appeared before the ramparts, nor any one for him. Langlois issued from the gate, went some little distance to look out, and came in again, more and more impatient. At last, between 4 and 5 o'clock, a detachment of the royal troops, commanded by Vitry, appeared before the gate of St. Denis, which was instantly opened. Brissac's brother in law, St. Luc, arrived about the same time at the New Gate, with a considerable force. The king's troops entered Paris. They occupied the different districts, and met with no show of resistance but at the quay of l'Ecole, where an outpost of lanzknechts tried to stop them. But they were cut in pieces or hurled into the river. Between 5 and 6 o'clock, Henry IV., at the head of the last division, crossed the drawbridge of the New Gate. Brissac, Provost L'Huillier, the sheriffs, and several companies of burgesses advanced to meet him. The king embraced Brissac, throwing his own white scarf round his neck, and addressing him as Marshal. "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's," said Brissac, as he called upon the provost of tradesmen to present to the king the keys of the city. "Yes," said L'Huillier, "render them, not sell them." The king went forward with his train, going along Rue St. Honore to the Market of the Innocents and the Bridge of Notre Dame. The crowd increased at every step. "Let them come near," said Henry; "they hunger to see a king." At every step, too, at sight of the smallest incident, the character of Henry, his natural, thoughtful, and lovable kindliness, shone forth. He asked if his entry had met with resistance anywhere, and he was told that about 50 lanzknechts had been killed at the quay of l'Ecole. "I would willingly give 50,000 crowns," said he, "to be able to say that I took Paris without costing the life of one single man." As he marched along the Rue St. Honore, he saw a soldier taking some bread by force from a baker's. He rushed at him, and would have struck him with his sword. As he passed in front of the Innocents, he saw at a window a man who was looking at him, and pointedly keeping his hat on. The man perceived that the king observed him, and withdrew, shutting down the window. Henry said, "Let nobody enter this house to vex or molest any one in it." He arrived in front of Notre Dame, followed by 500 or 600 men at arms, who trailed their pikes, "in token of a victory that was voluntary on the people's part," it was said. There was no uproar, or any hostile movement, save on the left bank of the Seine, in the University quarter, where the 16 attempted to assemble their partisans round the gate of St. Jacques; but they were promptly dispersed by the people as well as by the royal troops. On leaving Notre Dame, Henry repaired to the Louvre, where he installed royalty once more. At 10 o'clock he was master of the whole city. The districts of St. Martin, of the Temple, and St. Anthony alone remained still in the power of 3,000 Spanish soldiers under the orders of their leaders, the Duke of Feria and Don Diego d'Ibarra. Nothing would have been easier for Henry than to have had them driven out by his own troops and the people of Paris, who wanted to finish the day's work by exterminating the foreigners; but he was too judicious and too far sighted to embitter the general animosity by pushing his victory beyond what was necessary. He sent word to the Spaniards that they must not move from their quarters, and must leave Paris during the day, at the same time promising not to bear arms any more against him in France. They eagerly accepted these conditions. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, ambassador, officers, and soldiers all evacuated Paris, and set out for the Low Countries. The king, posted at a window over the gate of St. Denis, witnessed their departure. They, as they passed, saluted him respectfully; and he returned their salute, saying, "Go, gentlemen, and commend me to your master, but return no more." At After his conversion to Catholicism, the capture of Paris was the most decisive of the issues which made Henry IV. Really King of France. The submission of Rouen followed almost immediately upon that of Paris; and the year 1594 brought Henry a series of successes, military and civil, which changed very much to his advantage the position of the kingship as well as the general condition of the kingdom. In Normandy, in Picardy, in Champagne, in Anjou, in Poitou, in Brittany, in Orleanness, in Auvergne, a multitude of important towns, Havre, Honfleur, Abbeville, Amiens, Perronnu, Montdidier, Poitiers, Orleans, Rheims, Chateau Thierry, Beauvais, Sens, Riom, Morlèche, Laval, Laon, returned to the king's authority; some after sieges, and others by pacific and personal arrangement, more or less burdensome for the public treasury, but very effective in promoting the unity of the nation and of the monarchy. In the table drawn up by Sully of expenses under that head, he estimated them at 32,142,981 livres, equivalent at the present day, says M. Poirson, to 118 millions of francs. The rendition of Paris, "on account of M. de Brissac, the city itself and other individuals employed on his treaty," figures in this sum total at 1,645,400 livres. Territorial acquisitions were not the only political conquests of this epoch. Some of the great institutions which had been disjointed by the religious wars, for instance, the Parliaments of Paris and Normandy, recovered their unity and resumed their efficacy to the advantage of order, of the monarchy, and of national independence. Their decrees against the League contributed powerfully to its downfall. Henry IV. did his share in other ways besides warfare. He excelled in the art of winning over or embarrassing his vanquished foes. After the submission of Paris, the two princes of the house of Lorraine who had remained there, the Duchesses of Nemours and of Montpensier, one the mother and the other the sister of the Duke of Mayenne, were preparing to go and render homage to the conqueror. Henry anticipated them and paid them the first visit. As he was passing through a room where hung a portrait of Henry de Guise, he halted and saluted it very courteously. The Duchess of Montpensier, who had so often execrated him, did not hesitate to express her regret that "her brother Mayenne had not been there to let down for him the drawbridge of the gate by which he had entered Paris." "Ventre Saint Gris," said the king, "he might have made me wait a long while; I should not have arrived so early." He knew that the Duchess of Nemours had desired peace, and when she allowed some signs of vexation to peep out at her not having been able to bring her sons and grandsons to that determination, "Madame," said he, "there is still time, if they please." At the close of 1594, he imported disorganization into the household of Lorraine by offering the government of Provence to the young Duke Charles of Guise, son of the Balafre, who eagerly accepted it; and he from that moment paved the way, by the agency of President Jeannin, for his reconciliation with Mayenne, which he brought to accomplishment at the end of 1595. Section 8 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV., Catholic King, 1593 to 1610. Part 3. The close of this happy and glorious year was at hand. On the 27th of September, between 6 and 7 P.M., a deplorable incident occurred, for the second time, to call Henry IV.'s attention to the weak side of his position. He was just back from Picardy, and holding a court reception at Schomberg House, at the back of the Louvre. John Chastel, a young man of 19, son of a cloth merchant in the city, slipped in among the visitors, managed to approach the king, and dealt him a blow with a knife just as he was stooping to raise and embrace Francis de la Grange, Sieur de Montigny, who was kneeling before him. The blow, aimed at the king's throat, merely slit his upper lip and broke a tooth. "I am wounded," said the king. John Chastel, having dropped his knife, had remained on the spot, motionless and confused. Montigny, according to some, but according to others, the Count of Soissons, who happened to be near him, laid hands upon him, saying, Here is the assassin, either he or I." Henry IV., always prone to pass things over, pooh poohed the suspicion, and was just giving orders to let the young man go, when the knife, discovered on the ground close to Chastel, became positive evidence. Chastel was questioned, searched, and then handed over to the grand provost of the household, who had him conveyed to prison at For l'Eveque. He first of all denied, but afterwards admitted his deed, regretting that he had missed his aim, and saying he was ready to try again for his own salvation's sake and that of religion. He declared that he had been brought up amongst the Jesuits in Rue St. Jacques, and he gave long details as to the education he had received there and the maxims he had heard there. The rumor of his crime and of the revelations he had made spread immediately over Paris, and caused passionate excitement. The people filled the churches and rendered thanks to God for having preserved the king. The burgesses took up arms and mustered at their guard posts. The mob bore down on the College of Jesuits in Rue St. Jacques with threats of violence. The king and the Parliament sent a force thither. Brizard, councillor in the high chamber, captain of the district, had the fathers removed, and put them in security in his own house. The inquiry was prosecuted deliberately and temperately. It brought out that John Chastel had often heard repeated at his college "that it was allowable to kill kings, even the king regnant, when they were not in the church or approved of by the pope." The accused formally maintained this maxim, which was found written out and dilated upon under his own hand in a note book seized at his father's. "Was it necessary, pray," said Henry IV., laughing, "that the Jesuits should be convicted by my mouth?" John Chastel was sentenced to the most cruel punishment, and he underwent it on the 20th of December, 1594, by torchlight, before the principal entrance of Notre Dame, without showing any symptom of regret. His mother and his sisters were set at liberty. His father, an old Leaguer, had been cognizant of his project, and had dissuaded him from it, but without doing anything to hinder it. He was banished from the kingdom for 9 years, and from Paris forever. His house was razed to the ground, and on the site was set up a pyramid, with the decree of the Parliament inscribed upon it. The proceedings did not stop there. At the beginning of this same year, and on petition from the University of Paris, the Parliament had commenced a general prosecution of the order of Jesuits, its maxims, tendencies, and influence. Formal discussions had taken place; the prosecution and the defence had been conducted with eloquence, and a decree of the court had ordained that judgment should be deferred. Several of the most respected functionaries, notably President Augustin de Thou, had pronounced against this decree, considering the question so grave and so urgent that the Parliament should make it their duty to decide upon the point at issue. When sentence had to be pronounced upon John Chastel, President de Thou took the opportunity of saying, "When I lately gave my opinion in the matter of the University and the Jesuits, I never hoped, at my age and with my infirmities, that I should live long enough to take part in the judgment we are about to pass to day. It was that which led me, in the indignation caused me by the course at that time adopted, to lay down an opinion to which I to day recur with much joy. God be praised for having brought about an occasion whereon we have nothing to do but felicitate ourselves for that the enterprise which our foes did meditate against the state and the life of the king hath been without success, and which proves clearly at the same time how much the then opinion of certain honest men was wiser than that of persons who, from a miserable policy, were in favor of deferment." The court, animated by the same sentiments as President de Thou, "declared the maxims maintained in the Jesuits' name to be rash, seditious, contrary to the word of God, savoring of heresy, and condemned by the holy canons. It expressly forbade them to be taught publicly or privately, on pain, in case of contraveners, of being treated as guilty of treason against God and man. It decreed further that the priests of the college in Rue St. Jacques, their pupils, and generally all members of that society, should leave Paris and all the towns in which they had colleges 3 days after this decree had been made known to them, and the kingdom within a fortnight, as corrupters of youth, disturbers of the public peace, and enemies of the king and of the state. In default of obedience on their part, their property, real and personal, should be confiscated and employed for pious purposes. The court, besides, prohibited all subjects of the king from sending their children as students to any Jesuits out of the kingdom, on pain of being declared enemies of the state." This decree was issued on the 29th of December, 1594; and, as if to leave no doubt about the sense and bearing of this legislation, it was immediately applied in the case of a Jesuit father, John Guignard, a native of Chartres. His papers were examined, and there were found in his handwriting many propositions and provocatives of sedition, such as "that a great mistake had been made at the St. Bartholomew in not having opened the basilic vein, that is, in not having murdered Henry IV. and the Prince of Conde, who were of the blood royal; 2, that the crown might have been, and ought to have been, transferred to a family other than that of the Bourbons; 3, that the Bearnese, in spite of his pretended conversion, ought to consider himself only too lucky if it were considered sufficient to shave his head and shut him up in a convent to do penance there; that if the crown could not be taken from him without war, then war must be made on him, and that if the state of things did not admit of making war on him, he ought to be got rid of at any price and in any way whatsoever." For having, not published, but thought and with his own hand written out all this, and probably taught it to his pupils, Father Guignard was obliged to retract, and was afterwards hanged in the Place de Greve on the 7th of January, 1595. The task of honest men and of right minds is greater and more difficult in our day than it was in the 16th century, for we have to reconcile the laws and the requirements of moral and social order with far broader principles and sentiments, as regards right and liberty, than were those of President Augustin de Thou and the worthy functionaries of his time. It was one of Henry IV.'s conspicuous qualities that no event, auspicious or inauspicious, affected the correctness of his judgment, and that he was just as much a stranger to illusion or intoxication in the hour of good fortune as to discouragement in the hour of ill. He had sense enough to see, in any case, things as they really were, and to estimate at the proper value the strength they brought or the obstacles they formed to his government. He saw at a glance all the importance there was for him in the submission of Paris, and what change in his conduct was required by that in his position. Certain local successes of the Spaniards at some points in his kingdom, the efforts of Mayenne to resuscitate the dying League, and John Chastel's attempt at assassination, did not for a moment interfere with his confidence in his progress, or cause him to hesitate as to the new bearing he had to assume. He wrote on the 17th of December, 1594, to the estates of Artois and Hainaut, "I have hitherto lacked neither the courage nor the power to repel the insults offered me, and to send recoiling upon the head of the King of Spain and his subjects the evils of which he was the author. But just as were the grounds I had for declaring war against him, motives more powerful and concerning the interests of all Christendom restrained me. At the present time, when the principal leaders of the factious have returned to their duty and submitted to my laws, Philip still continues his intrigues to foster troubles in the very heart of my kingdom. After maturely reflecting, I have decided that it is time for me to act. Nevertheless, as I cannot forget the friendship my ancestors always felt for your country, I could not but see with pain that, though you have taken no share in Philip's acts of injustice, on you will fall the first blows of a war so terrible; and I thought it my duty to warn you of my purpose before I proceed to execute it. If you can prevail upon the King of Spain to withdraw the army which he is having levied on the frontier, and to give no protection for the future to rebels of my kingdom, I will not declare war against him, provided that I have certain proof of your good intentions, and that you give me reasonable securities for them before the 1st of January in the approaching year." Lettre missive de Henri IV, p. 280. De Thou, Histoire universelle, pp. 328 to 342. These letters, conveyed to Arras by one of the king's trumpeters, received no answer. The estates of Flanders, in assembly at Brussels, somewhat more bold than those of Artois and Hainaut, in vain represented to their Spanish governor their plaints and their desires for peace. For 2 months Henry IV. heard not a word on the subject. Philip II. persisted in his active hostility, and continued to give the King of France no title but that of Prince of Bearn. On the 17th of January, 1595, Henry, in performance of what he had proclaimed, formally declared war against the King of Spain, forbade his subjects to have any commerce with him or his allies, and ordered them to make war on him for the future just as he persisted in making it on France. This able and worthy resolve was not approved of by Rosny, by this time the foremost of Henry IV.'s councillors, although he had not yet risen in the government, or probably in the king's private confidence, to the superior rank that he did attain by the eminence of his services and the courageous sincerity of his devotion. In his Economie royale it is to interested influence, on the part of England and Holland, that he attributes this declaration of war against Philip, "into which," he says, "the king allowed himself to be hurried against his own feelings." It was assuredly in accordance with his own feelings and of his own free will that Henry acted in this important decision. He had a political order of mind greater, more inventive, and more sagacious than Rosny's administrative order of mind, strong common sense, and painstaking financial abilities. To spontaneously declare war against Philip after the capitulation of Paris and the conquest of 3/4 of France was to proclaim that the League was at death's door, that there was no longer any civil war in France, and that her king had no more now than foreign war to occupy him. To make alliance, in view of that foreign war, with the Protestant sovereigns of England, Holland, and Germany against the exclusive and absolutist patron of Catholicism was, on the part of a king but lately Protestant and now become resolutely Catholic, to separate openly politics from religion, and to subserve the temporal interests of the realm of France whilst putting himself into the hands of the spiritual head of the church as regarded matters of faith. Henry IV., moreover, discovered another advantage in this line of conduct. It rendered possible and natural the important act for which he was even then preparing, and which will be spoken of directly, the Edict of Nantes in favor of the Protestants, which was the charter of religious tolerance and the securities for it, pending the advent of religious liberty and its rights, that fundamental principle, at this day, of moral and social order in France. Such were Henry IV.'s grand and premonitory instincts, when, on the 17th of January, 1595, he officially declared against Philip II. That war which Philip had not for a moment ceased to make on him. The conflict thus solemnly begun between France and Spain lasted 3 years and 3 months, from the 17th of January, 1595, to the 1st of May, 1598, from Henry IV.'s declaration of war to the peace of Vervins, which preceded by only 4 months and 13 days the death of Philip II. And the end of the preponderance of Spain in Europe. It is not worth while to follow step by step the course of this monotonous conflict, pregnant with facts which had their importance for contemporaries, but are not worthy of an historical resurrection. Notice will be drawn only to those incidents in which the history of France is concerned, and which give a good idea of Henry IV.'s character, the effectiveness of his government, and the rapid growth of his greatness in Europe, contrasted with his rival's slow decay. 4 months and a half after the declaration of war, and during the campaign begun in Burgundy between the French and the Spaniards, on the 5th of June, 1595, near Fontaine Francaise, a large burgh a few leagues from Dijon, there took place an encounter which, without ending in a general battle, was an important event, and caused so much sensation that it brought about political results more important than the immediate cause of them. Henry IV. made up his mind to go and reconnoitre in person the approaches of Dijon, towards which the enemy were marching. He advanced with about 150 men at arms and as many mounted arquebusiers, close up to the burgh of Saint Seine. From there he sent the Marquis of Mirabeau with 50 or 60 horse to "go," says Sully, "and take stock of the enemy," and he put himself on the track of his lieutenant, marching as a simple captain of light horse, with the purpose of becoming better acquainted with the set of the country, so as to turn it to advantage if the armies had to encounter. But he had not gone more than a league when he saw Mirabeau returning at more than a foot pace and in some disorder, who informed him "that he had been suddenly charged by as many as 300 or 400 horse, who did not give him leisure to extend his view as he could have desired, and that he believed that the whole army of the Constable of Castile was marching in a body to come and quarter themselves in the burgh of Saint Seine." Marshal de Biron, who joined the king at this moment, offered to go and look at the enemy, and bring back news that could be depended upon; but scarcely had he gone 1,000 paces when he descried, on the top of a little valley, some 60 horse halted there as if they were on guard. He charged them, toppled them over, and, taking their ground, discovered the whole Spanish army marching in order of battle and driving before them 100 of the king's horse, who were flying in disorder. Biron halted and showed a firm front to the enemy's approach; but he was himself hard pressed at many points, and was charged with such impetuosity that he was obliged to begin a retreat which changed before long to a sort of flight, with a few sword cuts about the ears. Thus he arrived within sight of the king, who immediately detached 100 horse to support Biron and stop the fugitives. But the little reinforcement met with the same fate as those it went to support. It was overthrown and driven pell mell right up to the king, who suddenly found himself with 700 or 800 horse on his hands, without counting the enemy's main army, which could already be discerned in the distance. Far from being dumbfounded, the king, "borrowing," says Sully, "increase of judgment and courage from the greatness of the peril," called all his men about him, formed them into 2 squadrons of 150 men each, gave one to M. de la Tremoille, with orders to go and charge the Spanish cavalry on one flank, put himself at the head of the other squadron, and the 2 charges of the French were "so furious and so determined," says Sully, the king mingling in the thickest of the fight and setting an example to the boldest, "that the Spanish squadrons in dismay tumbled one over another, and retired half routed to the main body of Mayenne's army, who, seeing a dash made to the king's assistance by some of his bravest officers with 700 or 800 horse, thought all the royal army was there, and, fearing to attack those gentry of whose determination he had just made proof, he himself gave his troops the order to retreat, Henry going on in pursuit until he had forced them to recross the Seine below Gray, leaving Burgundy at his discretion." A mere abridgment has been given of the story relating to this brilliant affair as it appears in the Economies royales of Sully, pp. 377 to 387, who was present and hotly engaged in the fight. We will quote word for word, however, the account of Henry IV. himself, who sent a report 4 days afterwards to his sister Catherine and to the constable Anne de Montmorency. To the latter he wrote on the 8th of June, 1595, from Dijon, "I was informed that the constable of Castile, accompanied by the Duke of Mayenne, was crossing the river Seine with his army to come and succor the castle of this town. I took horse the day after, attended by my cousin Marshal de Biron, and from 700 to 800 horse, to go and observe his plans on the spot. Whence it happened that, intending to take the same quarters without having any certain advances about one another, we met sooner than we had hoped, and so closely that my cousin the marshal, who led the first troop, was obliged to charge those who had advanced, and I to support him. But our disadvantage was that all our troops had not yet arrived and joined me, for I had but from 200 to 300 horse, whereas the enemy had all his cavalry on the spot, making over 1,000 or 1,200 drawn up by squadrons and in order of battle. However, my said cousin did not haggle about them, and, seeing that they were worsting him because the game was too uneven, I determined to make one in it, and joined in it to such a purpose and with such luck, thank God, together with the following I had, that we put them to the rout. But I can assure you that it was not at the first charge, for we made several; and if the rest of my forces had been with me, I should no doubt have defeated all their cavalry, and perhaps their foot, who were in order of battle behind the others, having at their head the said Constable of Castile. But our forces were so unequal that I could do no more than put to flight those who would not do battle, after having cut in pieces the rest, as we had done. Wherein I can tell you, my dear cousin, that my said cousin Marshal de Biron and I did some good handiwork. He was wounded in the head by a blow from a cutlass in the second charge, for he and I had nothing on but our cuirasses, not having had time to arm ourselves further, so surprised and hurried were we. However, my said cousin did not fail, after his wound, to return again to the charge 3 or 4 times, as I too did on my side. Finally, we did so well that the field and their dead were left to us to the number of 100 or 60, and as many prisoners of all ranks. Whereat the said Constable of Castile took such alarm that he at once recrossed the Seine. And I have been told that it was not without reproaching the Duke of Mayenne with having deceived him in not telling him of my arrival in this country." End of Section 8. Section 9 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV, Catholic King, 1593 to 1610, Part 4. The day before, June 7, Henry had written to his sister Catherine de Bourbon, "My dear sister, the more I go on, the more do I wonder at the grace shown me by God in the fight of last Monday, wherein I thought to have defeated but 1,200 horse; but they must be set down at 2,000. The Constable of Castile was there in person with the Duke of Mayenne, and they both of them saw me and recognized me quite well. They sent to demand of me a whole lot of Italian and Spanish captains of theirs, the which were not prisoners. They must be amongst the dead who have been buried, for I requested next day that they should be. Many of our young noblemen, seeing me with them everywhere, were full of fire in this engagement, and showed a great deal of courage; amongst whom I came across Gramont, Termes, Boissy, La Curse, and the Marquis of Mirabeau, who, as luck would have it, found themselves at it without any armor but their neck pieces and gaillardets (front and back plates), and did marvels. There were others who did not do so well, and many who did very ill. Those who were not there ought to be sorry for it, seeing that I had need of all my good friends, and I saw you very near becoming my heiress." Lettre missive de Henri IV, pages 363 to 369, in the Collection des Documents Inédits sur l'Histoire de France. This fight, so unpremeditated, at Fontaine Francaise, and the presence of mind, steady quicksightedness, and brilliant dash of Henry IV led off this long war gloriously. Its details were narrated and sought after minutely. People were especially struck with the sympathetic attention that in the very midst of the strife the king bestowed upon all his companions in arms, either to give them directions or to warn them of danger. "At the hottest of the fight," says the contemporary historian Peter Mathieu, "Henry, seizing Mirabeau by the arm, said, 'Charge yonder,' which he did; and that troop began to thin off and disappear." A moment afterwards, seeing one of the enemy's men at arms darting down upon the French, Henry concluded that the attack was intended for Gilbert de la Curee, a brave and pious Catholic lord, whom he called familiarly Monsieur le Cure, and shouted to him from afar, "Look out, la Curee!" which warned him and saved his life. The roughest warriors were touched by this fraternal solicitude of the king's, and clung to him with passionate devotion. It was at Rome, and in the case of an ecclesiastical question, that Henry IV.'s steady policy, his fame for ability as well as valor, and the glorious affair of Fontaine Francaise bore their first fruits. Mention has already been made of the formal refusal the king had met with from Pope Clement VIII. In January, 1594, when he had demanded of him, by the embassy extraordinary of the Duke of Nevers, confirmation of the absolution granted him by the French bishops after his conversion at St. Denis and his anointment at Chartres. The pope, in spite of his refusal, had indirectly given the royal agents to understand that they were not to be discouraged; and the ablest of them, Arnauld d'Ossat, had remained at Rome to conduct this delicate and dark mission. When Clement VIII. Saw Henry IV.'s government growing stronger and more extensive day by day, Paris returned to his power, the League beaten, and the Gallican church upheld in its maxims by the French magistracy, fear of schism grew serious at Rome, and the pope had a hint given by Cardinal de Gondi to Henry that, if he were to send fresh ambassadors, they might be favorably listened to. Arnauld d'Ossat had acquired veritable weight at the court of Rome, and had paved the way with a great deal of art towards turning to advantage any favorable chances that might offer themselves. Villeroy, having broken with the League, had become Henry IV.'s minister of foreign affairs, and obtained some confidence at Rome in return for the good will he testified towards the papacy. By his councillors' advice, no doubt, the king made no official stir, sent no brilliant embassy. D'Ossat quietly resumed negotiations, and alone conducted them from the end of 1594 to the spring of 1595, and when a new envoy was chosen to bring them to a conclusion, it was not a great lord, but a learned ecclesiastic, Abbot James du Perron, whose ability and devotion Henry IV. Had already, at the time of his conversion, experienced, and whom he had lately appointed Bishop of Evreux. Even when Du Perron had been fixed upon to go to Rome and ask for the absolution which Clement VIII. Had 7 or 8 months before refused, he was in no hurry to repair thither, and D'Ossat's letters make it appear that he was expected there with some impatience. He arrived there on the 12th of July, 1595, and, in concert with D'Ossat, he presented to the pope the request of the king, who solicited the papal benediction, absolution from any censure, and complete reconciliation with the Roman church. Clement VIII., on the 2d of August, assembled his consistory, whither went all the cardinals, save 2 partisans of Spain, who excused themselves on the score of health. Parleys took place as to the form of the decree which must precede the absolution. The pope would have liked very much to insert 2 clauses, one revoking as null and void the absolution already given to the king by the French bishops at the time of his conversion, and the other causing the absolution granted by the pope to be at the same time considered as re establishing Henry IV. In his rights to the crown, whereof it was contended that he was deprived by the excommunication and censures of Sixtus V. and Gregory XIV., which this absolution was to remove. The 2 French negotiators rejected these attempts, and steadily maintained the complete independence of the king's temporal sovereignty, as well as the power of intervention of the French episcopate in his absolution. Clement VIII. Was a judicious and prudent pope, and he did not persist. The absolution was solemnly pronounced on the 17th of September, 1595, by the pope himself, from a balcony erected in St. Peter's Square, and in presence of the population. The gates of the church were thrown open, and a Te Deum was sung. A grand ceremony took place immediately afterwards in the church of St. Louis of the French. Rome was illuminated for 3 days, and on the 7th of November following, a pope's messenger left for Paris with the bull of absolution drawn up in the terms agreed upon. Another reconciliation, of less solemnity but of great importance, that between the Duke of Mayenne and Henry IV., took place a week after the absolution pronounced by the pope. As soon as the civil war, continued by the remnants of the dying League, was no more than a disgraceful auxiliary to the foreign war between France and Spain, Mayenne was in his soul both grieved and disgusted at it. The affair of Fontaine Francaise gave him an opportunity of bringing matters to a crisis. He next day broke with the Constable of Castile, Don Ferdinand de Velasco, who declined to follow his advice, and at once entered into secret negotiations with the king. Henry wrote from Lyons to Du Plessis Mornay on the 24th of August, 1595, "The Duke of Mayenne has asked me to allow him 3 months, for the purpose of informing the enemy of his determination, in order to induce them to join me in recognizing me and serving me. So doing, he has also agreed to bind himself from this present date to recognize me and serve me, whatever his friends may do." On the 23d of September following, Henry IV., still at Lyons, sent to M. de la Chatre, "I forward you the articles of a general truce which I have granted to the Duke of Mayenne at his pressing instance, and on the assurance he has given me that he will get it accepted and observed by all those who are still making war within my kingdom, in his name or that of the League." This truce was, in point of fact, concluded by a preliminary treaty signed at Chalons, and by virtue of which Mayenne ordered his lieutenants to give up to the king the citadel of Dijon. The negotiations continued, and in January, 1596, a royal edict, signed at Folembray, near Laon, regulated, in 31 articles and some secret articles, the conditions of peace between the king and Mayenne. The king granted him, himself, and his partisans full and complete amnesty for the past, besides 3 surety places for 6 years, and divers sums, which may be for payment of his debts, and may be for his future provision, amounted to 3,580,000 livres at that time, or 12,888,000 francs of the present day. The Parliament of Paris considered these terms exorbitant, and did not consent to enregister the edict until April 9, 1596, after 3 letters jussory from the king. Henry IV. Nobly expressed, in the preamble of the edict, the motives of policy that led to his generous arrangements. After alluding to his late reconciliation with the pope, "Our work," he said, "would have been imperfect and peace incomplete, if our most dear and most beloved cousin, the Duke of Mayenne, chief of his party, had not followed the same road, as he resolved to do so soon as he saw that our Holy Father had approved of our reunion. This hath made us to perceive better than heretofore the aim of his actions, to accept and take in good part all that he hath exhibited against us of the zeal he felt for religion, and to commend the anxiety he hath displayed to preserve the kingdom in its entirety, whereof he caused not and suffered not the dismemberment when the prosperity of his affairs seemed to give him some means of it; the which he was none the more inclined to do when he became weakened, but preferred to throw himself into our arms rather than betake himself to other remedies, which might have caused the war to last a long while yet, to the great damage of our people. This it is which hath made us desire to recognize his good intent, to love him and treat him for the future as our good relative and faithful subject." Memoires de la Ligue, p. 349. To a profound and just appreciation of men's conduct Henry IV. knew how to add a winning grace and the surprising charm of a familiar manner. After having signed the edict of Folembray, he had gone to rest a while at Monceau. Mayenne went to visit him there on the 31st of January, 1596. There is nothing to be added or to taken from the account given by Sully of their interview. "The king, stepping forward to meet Mayenne, embraced him thrice, assuring him that he was welcome, and that he embraced him as cordially as if there had never been anything between them. M. de Mayenne put one knee on the ground, embraced the king's thigh, and assured him that he was his very humble servant and subject, saying that he considered himself greatly bounden to him, as well for having with so much of gentleness, kindness, and special largesses restored him to his duty, as for having delivered him from the Spanish arrogance and Italian crafts and wiles. Then the king, having raised him up and embraced him once more, told him that he had no doubt at all of his honor and word, for a man of worth and of good courage held nothing so dear as the observance thereof. Thereupon he took him by the hand and began to walk him about at a very great pace, showing him the alleys and telling all his plans and the beauties and conveniences of this mansion. M. de Mayenne, who is incommoded by a sciatica, followed as best he could, but some way behind, dragging his limbs after him very heavily; which the king observing, and that he was mighty red, heated, and was puffing with thickness of breath, he turned to Rosny, whom he held with the other hand, and said in his ear, 'If I walk this fat carcass here about much longer, then am I avenged without much difficulty for all the evils he hath done us, for he is a dead man.' And thereupon, pulling up, the king said to him, 'Tell the truth, cousin, I go a little too fast for you, and I have worked you too hard.' 'By my faith, sir,' said M. de Mayenne, slapping his hand upon his stomach, 'it is true. I swear to you that I am so tired and out of breath that I can no more. If you had continued walking me about so fast, for honor and courtesy did not permit me to say to you, Hold, enough, and still less to leave you, I believe that you would have killed me without a thought of it.' Then the king embraced him, clapped him on the shoulder, and said with a laughing face, open glance, and holding out his hand, 'Come, take that, cousin, for, by God, this is all the injury and displeasure you shall ever have from me. Of that I give you my honor and word with all my heart, the which I never did and never will violate.' 'By God, sir,' answered M. de Mayenne, kissing the king's hand, and doing what he could to put one knee upon the ground, 'I believe it and all other generous things that may be expected from the best and bravest prince of our age; and you said it, too, in so frank a spirit and with so kindly a grace that my feelings and my obligations are half as deep again. However, I swear to you over again, sir, by the living God, on my faith, my honor, and my salvation, that I will be to you, all my life long, loyal subject and faithful servant. I will never fail you nor desert you. I will have while I live no desires or designs of importance which are not suggested by your Majesty himself. Nor will I ever be cognizant of them in the case of others, though they were my own children, without expressly opposing them and giving you notice of them at once. "There, there, cousin," rejoined the king, "I quite believe it; and that you may be able to love me and serve me long, go rest you, refresh you, and drink a draught at the castle. I have in my cellars some Arbois wine, of which I will send you 2 bottles, for well I know that you do not dislike it. And here is Rosny, whom I will lend you to accompany you, to do the honors of the house, and to conduct you to your chamber. He is one of my oldest servants, and one of those who have been most rejoiced to see that you would love me and serve me cordially." Economie royale, pages 7 to 10. Mayenne was as good as his word. After the edict of Folembray, he lived 14 years at the court of Henry IV., whom he served only about 16 months; for he died on the 4th of October, 1611, and Henry IV. was assassinated by Ravaillac on the 13th of May, 1610, and during all that time he was loyal and faithful to him, never giving him any but good counsels, and sometimes rendering him useful services. A rare example of a party chief completely awakened and tamed by experience. It made him disgusted with fanaticism, faction, civil war, and complicity with a foreigner. He was the least brilliant but the most sensible, the most honest, and the most French of the Guises. Henry IV., when seriously ill at Fontainebleau in 1608, recommended him to Queen Mary de' Medici as one of the men whom it was most important to call to the councils of state; and at the approach of death, Mayenne, weary and weak in the lap of repose, could conscientiously address those who were around him in such grand and Christian language as this: "It is no new thing to know that I must die. For 12 years past, my lingering and painful life has been for the most part an apprenticeship thereto. My sufferings have so dulled the sting of death that I rather count upon it than dread it. Happy to have had so long a delay to teach me to make a good end, and to rid me of the things which formerly kept me from that knowledge. Happy to meet my end amongst mine own people and to terminate by a peaceful death the sufferings and miseries of my life. I formerly sought death amidst arms, but I am better pleased, for my soul's salvation, to meet it and embrace it on my bed than if I had encountered it in battle, for the sake of the glory of the world." Let us return to Henry IV. Since his declaration of war against Philip II. he had gained much ground. He had fought gloriously, in his own person, and beaten the Spaniards at Fontaine Francaise. He had obtained from Pope Clement VIII. The complete and solemn absolution which had been refused to him the year before. Mayenne had submitted to him, and that submission had been death to the League. Some military reverses were intermingled with these political successes. Between the 25th of June, 1595, and the 10th of March, 1597, the Spanish armies took, in Picardy and Artois, Le Catelet, Doullens, Cambrai, Ardres, Ham, Guines, and 2 towns of more importance, Calais, still the object of English ambition and of offers on the part of Queen Elizabeth to any one who could hand it over to her, and Amiens, one of the keys to France on the frontier of the north. These checks were not without compensation. Henry invested and took a strong place at La Fere, and he retook Amiens after a 6 months' struggle. A Spanish plot for getting possession of Marseilles failed. The young Duke of Guise, whom Henry had made governor of Provence, entered the city amidst shouts of "Hurrah for the king!" "Now I am king!" cried Henry, on receiving the news, so generally was Marseilles even then regarded as the queen of the Mediterranean. The Duke of Epernon, who had attempted to make of Provence an independent principality for himself, was obliged to leave it and treat with the king, ever ready to grant easy terms to those who could give up to him or sell him any portion of his kingdom. France was thus being rapidly reconstituted. "Since the month of January, 1596, Burgundy, parts of Forez, Auvergne, and Velay, the whole of Provence, half Languedoc, and the last town of Poitou had been brought back to their allegiance to the king. French territory and national unity had nothing more to wait for to complete their re establishment than a portion of Brittany and 4 towns of Picardy, still occupied by the Spaniards." Poisson, Histoire du règne d'Henri IV., page 159. But these results were only obtained at enormous expense, and by means of pecuniary sacrifices, loans, imposts, obligations of every sort, which left the king in inextricable embarrassment, and France in a condition of exhaustion still further aggravated by the deplorable administration of the public finances. On the 15th of April, 1596, Henry IV. wrote from Amiens to Rosny, "My friend, you know as well as any of my servants what troubles, labors, and fatigues I have had to go through to secure my life and my dignity against so many sorts of enemies and perils. Nevertheless, I swear to you that all these traverses have not caused me so much affliction and bitterness of spirit as the sorrow and annoyance I now feel at finding thyself in continual controversies with those most in authority of my servants, officers, and councillors of state, when I would fain set about restoring this kingdom to its highest splendor, and relieving my poor people, whom I love as my dear children, God having at present granted me no others, from so many talliages, subsidies, vexations, and oppressions whereof they daily make complaints to me. Having written to them who are of my council of finance how that I had a design of extreme importance in hand for which I had need of a fund of 800,000 crowns, and therefore I begged and conjured them, by their loyalty and sincere affection towards me in France, to labor diligently for the certain raising of that sum, all their answers, after several delays, excuses, and reasons whereof one destroyed another, had finally no other conclusion than representations of difficulties and impossibilities. Nay, they feared not to send me word that, so far from being able to furnish me with so notable a sum, they found great trouble in raising the funds to keep my household going. I am so resolved to know truly whether the necessities which are overwhelming me proceed from the malice, bad management, or ignorance of those whom I employ, or, good sooth, from the diminution of my revenues and the poverty of my people. And to that end I mean to convoke the three orders of my kingdom, for to have of them some advice and aid, and meanwhile to establish among those people some loyal servant of mine, whom I will put in authority little by little, in order that he may inform me of what passes in my council, and enlighten me as to that which I desire to know. I have, as I have already told you, cast my eyes upon you to serve me in this commission, not doubting at all that I shall receive contentment and advantage from your administration. And I wish to tell you the state to which I am reduced, which is such that I am very near the enemy, and have not, as you may say, a horse to fight on, or a whole suit of harness to my back. My shirts are all torn, my doublets out at elbows, my cupboard is often bare, and for the last 2 days I have been dining and supping with one and another. My purveyors say they have no more means of supplying my table, especially as for more than 6 months they have had no money. Judge whether I deserve to be so treated, and fail not to come. I have on my mind, besides, 2 or 3 other matters of consequence, on which I wish to employ you the moment you arrive. Do not speak of all this to anybody whatsoever, not even to your wife. Adieu, my friend, whom well I love." End of Section 9. Section 10 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV, Catholic King, 1593 to 1610, Part 5. Henry IV accomplished all that, when he wrote to Rosny, he had shown himself resolved to undertake. External circumstances became favorable to him. Since his conversion to Catholicism, England and her queen, Elizabeth, had been colder in the cause of the French alliance. When, after his declaration of war against Philip II, Henry demanded in London the support on which he had believed that he might rely, Elizabeth answered by demanding in her turn the cession of Calais as the price of her services. Quite determined not to give up Calais to England, Henry, without complaining of the demand, let the negotiation drag, confining himself to saying that he was looking for friends, not for masters. When, in April 1596, it was known in London that Calais had been taken by the Spaniards, Elizabeth sent word to Henry, then at Boulogne, that she would send him prompt assistance if he promised, when Calais was recovered from the Spaniards, to place it in the hands of the English. "If I must be despoiled," answered Henry, "I would rather it should be by my enemies than by my friends. In the former case it will be a reverse of fortune; in the latter, I might be accused of poltroonery." Elizabeth assured the French ambassador, Harlay de Sancy, "that it had never been her intention to keep Calais, but simply to take care that, in any case, this important place should not remain in the hands of the common enemy whilst the king was engaged in other enterprises. Anyhow," she added, "she had ordered the Earl of Essex, admiral of the English fleet raised against Spain, to arm promptly in order to go to the king's assistance." There was anxiety at that time in England about the immense preparations being made by Philip for the invasion he promised to attempt against England, and for the putting to sea of his fleet, the Grand Armada. In conversation with the high treasurer, Lord Burleigh, Elizabeth's chief minister, Sancy found him even colder than his queen. Burleigh laid great stress upon all that the queen had already done for France, and on the 1,500,000 gold crowns she had lent to the king. "It would be more becoming," he said, in the king's envoys, "to thank the queen for the aid she had already furnished than to ask for more. By dint of drawing water, the well had gone dry. The queen could offer the king only 3,000 men, on condition that they were raised at his own expense." "If the king," replied Sancy, "must expect neither alliance nor effectual aid on your part, he will be much obliged to the queen to let him know what course she takes, because he, on his side, will take that which will be most expedient for his affairs." Some of the king's councillors regarded it as possible that he should make peace with the King of Spain, and did not refrain from letting as much be understood. Negotiations in London seemed to be broken off. The French ambassadors had taken leave of Elizabeth. The news that came from Spain altered the tone of the English government. Threats of Spanish invasion became day by day more distinct, and the Grand Armada more dreaded. Elizabeth sent word to the ambassadors of France by some of her confidants, amongst others Sir Robert Cecil, son of the high treasurer, that she was willing to give them a last audience before their departure. The result of this audience was the conclusion of a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, between France and England against the King of Spain, with a mutual promise not to make, one without the other, either peace or truce, with precise stipulations as to the number and pay of the troops which the Queen of England should put in the field for the service of the King of France, and, further, with a proviso establishing freedom of trade between the two nations. The treaty was drawn up in London on the 24th of May, 1596, ratified at Rouen by Henry IV. On the 19th of October following; and on the 31st of October the States General of Holland acceded to it, whilst regulating, accordingly, the extent of their engagements. Easy as to the part to be played by his allies in the war with Spain, Henry IV. set to work upon the internal reforms and measures of which he strongly felt the necessity. They were of two kinds, one administrative and financial, the other political and religious. He wished, at one and the same time, to consolidate the material forces of his government, and to give his Protestant subjects, lately his own brethren, the legal liberty and security which they needed for their creed's sake, and to which they had a right. He began, about the middle of October, 1596, by bringing Rosny into the council of finance, saying to him, "You promise me, you know, to be a good manager, and that you and I shall lop arms and legs from Madame Grivelet, as you have so often told me could be done." Madame Grivelet, or Mrs. Pickings, was, in the language of the day, she who presided over illicit gains made in the administration of the public finances. Rosny at once undertook to accomplish that which he had promised the king. He made, in person, a minute examination of 4 receiver generals' offices, in order, with that to guide him, to get a correct idea of the amount derived from imposts and the royal revenues, and of what became of this amount in its passage from collection to employment for the defrayal of the expenses of the state. "When he went on his inspection, the treasurers of France, receivers, accountants, controllers, either absented themselves or refused to produce him any register. He suspended some, frightened others, surmounted the obstacles of every kind that were put in his way, and he proved, from the principal items of receipt and expenditure at these four general offices, so much and such fraudulence, that he collected 500,000 crowns (1,500,000 livres of those times, and about 5,490,000 francs of the present date), had these sums placed in 70 carts, and drove them to Rouen, where the king was and where the assembly of notables had just met." It was not the states general, properly so called, that Henry IV. Had convoked; he had considered that his authority was still too feebly constituted, and even too much disputed in a portion of the kingdom, to allow him to put it to such a test; and honest and sensible patriots had been of the same opinion. D'Aubigne himself, the most independent and fault finding spirit amongst his contemporaries, expressly says, "The troubles which were not yet extinguished in France did not admit of a larger convocation; the hearts of the people were not yet subdued and kneaded to obedience, as appeared from the excitement which supervened." Histoire universelle, p. 526. Besides, Henry himself acknowledged, in the circular which he published on the 25th of July, 1596, at this juncture the superior agency of the states general. "We would gladly have brought them together in full assembly," he said, "if the armed efforts of our enemies allowed of any longer delay in finding a remedy for the plague which is racking us so violently. Our intent is, pending the coming of the said states, to put a stop to all these disorders in the best and quickest way possible." "The king, moreover," says Sully, "had no idea of imitating the kings his predecessors in predilection for and appointment of certain deputies for whom he had a particular fancy, but he referred the nomination thereof to them of the church, of the noblesse, and of the people; and when they were assembled, he prescribed to them no rules, forms, or limits, but left them complete freedom of their opinions, utterances, suffrages, and deliberations." (Economie royale, p. 29.) The notables met at Rouen to the number of 80: 9 of the clergy, 19 of the noblesse, 52 of the third estate. The king opened the assembly on the 4th of November, 1596, with these words, full of dignity and powerful in their vivid simplicity: "If I desired to win the title of orator, I would have learned by rote some fine long speech, and would deliver it to you with proper gravity. But, gentlemen, my desire prompts me towards two more glorious titles, the names of deliverer and restorer of this kingdom. In order to attain whereto, I have gathered you together. You know to your cost, as I to mine, that when it pleased God to call me to this crown, I found France not only all but ruined, but almost entirely lost to Frenchmen. By the divine favor, by the prayers and the good counsels of my servants who are not in the profession of arms, by the sword of my brave and generous noblesse, from whom I single out not the princes, upon the honor of a gentleman, as the holders of our proudest title, and by my own pains and labors, I have preserved her from perdition. Let us now preserve her from ruin. Share, my dear subjects, in this second triumph as you did in the first. I have not summoned you, like my predecessors, to get your approbation of their own wills. I have had you assembled in order to receive your counsels, put faith in them, follow them, in short, place myself under guardianship in your hands; a desire but little congenial to kings, greybeards, and conquerors, but the violent love I feel towards my subjects, and the extreme desire I have to add those two proud titles to that of king, make everything easy and honorable to me." L'Estoile relates that the king's favorite, Gabrielle d'Estrees, was at the session behind some tapestry, and that Henry IV., having asked what she thought of his speech, she answered, "I never heard better spoken; only I was astonished that you spoke of placing yourself under guardianship." "Ventre Saint Gris," replied the king, "that is true; but I mean with my sword by my side." Journal de Pierre l'Estoile, p. 185. The assembly of notables sat from November 4, 1596, to January 29, 1597, without introducing into the financial regimen any really effective reforms. The rating board (conseil de raison), the institution of which they had demanded of the king, in connection with the fixing of imposts and employment of public revenues, was tried without success, and was not long before, of its own accord, resigning its power into the king's hands. But the mere convocation of this assembly was a striking instance of the homage paid by Henry IV. To that fundamental maxim of free government, which, as early as under Louis XI., Philip de Commynes expressed in these terms: "There is no king or lord on earth who hath power, over and above his own property, to put a single penny on his subjects without grant and consent of those who have to pay, unless by tyranny and violence." The ideas expressed and the counsels given by the assembly of notables were not, however, without good effect upon the general administration of the state; but the principal and most salutary result of its presence and influence was the personal authority which Sully drew from it, and of which he did not hesitate to make full use. Having become superintendent general of finance and grand master of the ordnance, he exerted all his power to put in practice, as regarded the financial department, a system of receipts and expenses, and, as regarded materials for the service of war, the reforms and maxims of economy, accountability, and supervision, which were suggested to him by his great good sense, and in which Henry IV. Supported him with the spirit of one who well appreciated the strength they conferred upon his government, civil and military. His relations with the Protestants gave him embarrassments to surmount and reforms to accomplish of quite a different sort, and more difficult still. At his accession, their satisfaction had not been untinged by disquietude. They foresaw the sacrifices the king would be obliged to make to his new and powerful friends the Catholics. His conversion to Catholicism threw into more or less open opposition the most zealous and some of the most ambitious members of his late church. It was not long before their feelings burst forth in reproaches, alarms, and attacks. In 1597, a pamphlet entitled The Plaints of the Reformed Churches of France (Memoires de la Ligue, pp. 428 to 486) was published and spread prodigiously. "None can take it ill," said the anonymous author, "that we who make profession of the Reformed religion should come forward to get a hearing for our plaints touching so many deeds of outrage, violence, and injustice which are daily done to us, and done not here or there, but in all places of the realm, done at a time, under a reign in which they seemed less likely, and which ought to have given us better hopes. We, sir, are neither Spaniards nor Leaguers. We have had such happiness as to see you, almost born and cradled, at any rate brought up, amongst us. We have employed our properties, our lives, in order to prevent the effects of ill will on the part of those who, from your cradle, sought your ruin. We have, with you and under your wise and valiant leadership, made the chiefest efforts for the preservation of the crown, which, thank God, is now upon your head. We do beseech you, sir, to give us permission to have the particulars of our grievances heard both by your Majesty and all your French, for we do make plaint of all the French. Not that in so great and populous a kingdom we should imagine that there are not still to be found some whose hearts bleed to see indignities so inhuman; but of what avail to us is all they may have in them of what is good, humane, and French? A part of them are so soft, so timorous, that they would not so much as dare to show a symptom of not liking that which displeases them; and if, when they see us so maltreated, they do sum up sufficient boldness to look another way, and think that they have done but their duty, still do they tremble with fear of being taken for favorers of heretics." The writer then enters upon an exposition of all the persecutions, all the acts of injustice, all the evils of every kind that the Reformers have to suffer. He lays the blame of them, as he has just said, upon the whole French community, the noblesse, the commons, the magistracy, as well as the Catholic priests and monks. He enumerates a multitude of special facts in support of his plaints. "Good God!" he cries, "that there should be no class, no estate in France from which we can hope for any relief, none from which we may not fear, lest ruin come upon us." And he ends by saying, "Stem, then, sir, with your good will and your authority, the tide of our troubles. Direct your counsels towards giving us some security. Accustom your kingdom to at least endure us, if it will not love us. We demand of your Majesty an edict which may give us enjoyment of that which is common to all your subjects, that is to say, of far less than you have granted to your enemies, your rebels of the League." We will not stop to inquire whether the matters stated in these plaints are authentic or disputable, accurate or exaggerated. It is probable that they contain a great deal of truth, and that even under Henry IV. The Protestants had many sufferings to endure and disregarded rights to recover. The mistake they made and the injustice they showed consisted in not taking into account all the good that Henry IV. Had done them and was daily doing them, and in calling upon him at a moment's notice to secure to them by an edict all the good that it was not in his power to do them. We purpose just to give a brief summary of the ameliorations introduced into their position under him, even before the Edict of Nantes, and to transfer the responsibility for all they still lacked to the cause indicated by themselves in their plaints, when they take to task all the French on the Catholic side, who, in the 16th century, disregarded in France the rights of creed and of religious life, just as the Protestants themselves disregarded them in England so far as the Catholics were concerned. One fact immediately deserves to be pointed out, and that is the number and the practical character of meetings officially held at this period by the Protestants, an indisputable proof of the liberty they enjoyed. These meetings were of two sorts: one, the synods, were for the purpose of regulating their faith, their worship, their purely religious affairs. Between 1594 and 1609, under the sway of Henry IV., Catholic king, 7 national synods of the Protestant church in France held their sessions in 7 different towns, and discussed with perfect freedom such questions of religious doctrine and discipline as were interesting to them. At the same epoch, between 1593 and 1608, the French Protestants met at 11 assemblies, specially summoned to deliberate, not in these cases upon questions of faith and religious discipline, but upon their temporal and political interests, upon their relations towards the state, and upon the conduct they were to adopt under the circumstances of their times. The principle to which minds, and even matters, to a certain extent, have now attained, the deep seated separation between the civil and the religious life, and their mutual independence, this higher principle was unknown to the 16th century. The believer and the citizen were then but one, and the efforts of laws and governments were directed towards bringing the whole nation entire into the same state of unity. And as they did not succeed therein, their attempts produced strife instead of unity, war instead of peace. When the French Protestants of the 16th century met in the assemblies which they themselves called political, they acted as one nation confronting another nation, and labored to form a state within a state. We will borrow from the intelligent and learned Histoire d'Henri IV. By M. Poirson, pp. 497 to 500, a picture of one of those assemblies and its work. After the king's abjuration, and at the end of the year 1593, the French Huguenots renewed at Mantes their old union, and swore to live and die united in their profession of faith. Henry was in hopes that they would stop short at a religious demonstration, but they made it a starting point for a new political and military organization on behalf of the Calvinistic party. They took advantage of a general permission granted them by Henry, and met, not in synod, but in general assembly, at the town of Sainte Foy, in the month of June, 1594. Thereupon they divided all France into 9 great provinces or circles, composed each of several governments or provinces of the realm. Each circle had a separate council, composed of from 5 to 7 members, and commissioned to fix and apportion the separate imposts, to keep up a standing army, to collect the supplies necessary for the maintenance and defence of the party. The Calvinistic Republic had its general assemblies, composed of 9 deputies or representatives from each of the 9 circles. These assemblies were invested with authority to order, on the general account, all that the juncture required, that is to say, with a legislative power distinct from that of the crown and nation. If the king ceased to pay the sums necessary to keep up the garrisons in the towns left to the Reformers, the governors were to seize the talliages in the hands of the king's receivers, and apply the money to the payment of the garrisons. And in case the central power should attempt to repress these violent procedures, or to substitute as commandant in those places a Catholic for a Protestant, all the Calvinists of the locality and the neighboring districts were to unite and rise in order to give the assistance of the strong hand to the Protestant governors so attacked. Independently of the ordinary imposts, a special impost was laid on the Calvinists, and gave their leaders the disposal of a yearly sum of 120,000 livres, or 440,000 francs of the present day. The Calvinistic party had thus a territorial area, an administration, finances, a legislative power, and an executive power independent of those of the country; or, in other words, the means of taking resolutions contrary to those of the mass of the nation, and of upholding them by revolt. All they wanted was an Huguenot stadtholder to oppose to the King of France, and they were looking out for one." Section 11 of A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV, Catholic King, 1593 to 1610, Part 6. Henry IV did not delude himself as to the tendency of such organization amongst those of his late party. "He rebuffed very sternly and wisely," says L'Estoile, "those who spoke to him of it. As for a protector, he told them, he would have them to understand that there was no other protector in France but himself for one side or the other. The first man who should be so daring as to assume the title would do so at the risk of his life. He might be quite certain of that." Had Henry IV been permitted to read the secrets of a not so very distant future, he might have told the Huguenots of his day that the time was not so far off when their pretension to political organization and to the formation of a state within the state would compromise their religious liberty and furnish the absolute government of Louis XIV with excuses for abolishing the protective edict which Henry IV's sympathy was on the point of granting them, and which, so far as its purely religious provisions went, was duly respected by the sagacity of Cardinal Richelieu. After his conversion to Catholicism, and during the whole of his reign, it was one of Henry IV's constant anxieties to show himself well disposed towards his old friends, and to do for them all he could without compromising the public peace in France, or abdicating in his own person the authority he needed to maintain order and peace. Some of the edicts published by his predecessors during the intervals of civil war, notably the Edict of Poitiers issued by Henry III, had granted the Protestants free exercise of their worship in the castles of the Calvinistic lords who had jurisdiction, to the number of 3,500, and in the faubourgs of one town or borough of each bailiwick of the realm, except the bailiwick of Paris. Further, the holding of properties and heritages, union by marriage with Catholics, and the admission of Protestants to the employments, offices, and dignities of the realm were recognized by this edict. These rights, in black and white, had often been violated by the different authorities, or suspended during the wars. Henry IV maintained them, or put them in force again, and supported the application of them, or decreed the extension of them. It was calculated that there were in France 800 towns and 300 bailiwicks or seneschalties. The treaties concluded with the League had expressly prohibited the exercise of Protestant worship in 40 towns and 17 bailiwicks. Henry IV tolerated it everywhere else. The prohibition was strict as regarded Paris and 10 leagues round, but as early as 1594, 3 months after his entry into Paris, Henry aided the Reformers in the unostentatious celebration of their own form in the Faubourg Saint Germain, and he authorized the use of it at court for religious ceremonies, especially for marriages. 3 successive edicts, 2 issued at Mantes in 1591 and 1593, and the third at Saint Germain in 1597, confirmed and developed these signs of progress in the path of religious liberty. The Parliaments had in general refused to enregister these decrees, a fact which gave them an incomplete and provisional character; but equitable and persistent measures on the king's part prevailed upon the Parliament of Paris to enregister the edict of Saint Germain, and the Parliament of Dijon and nearly all the other Parliaments of the kingdom followed this example. One of the principal provisions of this last edict declared Protestants competent to fill all the offices and dignities of the kingdom. It had many times been inserted in preceding edicts, but always rejected by the Parliaments or formally revoked. Henry IV brought it into force and credit by putting it extensively in practice, without entering upon discussion of it, and without adding any comment upon it. In 1590 he had given Palseuil the government of Neuchatel in Normandy. He had introduced Hurault du Fay, Du Plessis Mornay, and Rosny into the Council of State. In 1594 he had appointed the last a member of the council of finance. Soffre de Collignon, La Force, Lesdiguieres, and Sancy were summoned to the most important functions. Turenne, in 1594, was raised to the dignity of Marshal of France, and in 1595 La Tremoille was made duke and peer. They were all Protestants. Their number and their rank put the matter beyond all dispute. It was a natural consequence of the social condition of France; it became an habitual practice with the government. Nevertheless, the complaints and requirements of the malcontent Protestants continued, and became day by day more vehement. In 1596 and 1597 the assemblies of Saumur, Loudun, and Vendome became their organs of expression, and messengers were sent with them to the camp before La Fere, which Henry IV. Was at that time besieging. He deferred his reply. Two of the principal Protestant leaders, the Dukes of Bouillon and La Tremoille, suddenly took extreme measures. They left the king and his army, carrying off their troops with them, one to Auvergne and the other to Poitou. The deputies from the assembly of Loudun started back again at the same time, as if for the purpose of giving the word to arm in their provinces. Du Plessis Mornay and his wife, the most zealous of the Protestants, who were faithful at the same time to their cause and to the king, bear witness to this threatening crisis. "The deputies," says Madame du Mornay in her Memoires, "returned each to his own province, with the intention of taking the cure of their evils into their own hands, whence would infallibly have ensued trouble enough to complete the ruin of this state had not the king, by the management of M. du Plessis, been warned of this imminent danger, and by him persuaded to send off and treat in good earnest with the said assembly." "These gentry, rebuffed at court," says Du Plessis Mornay himself in a letter to the Duke of Bouillon, "have resolved to take the cure into their own hands; to that end they have been authorized, and by actions which do not seem to lead them directly thither, they will find that they have passed the Rubicon right merrily." It was, as it were, a new and a Protestant league just coming to a head. Henry IV. Was at that time engaged in the most important negotiation of his reign. After a long and difficult siege he had just retaken Amiens. He thought it a favorable moment at which to treat for peace with Spain, and put an end to an onerous war which he had been for so long sustaining. He informed the Queen of England of his intention, "begging her, if the position of her affairs did not permit her to take part in the treaty he was meditating with Spain, to let him know clearly what he must do to preserve amity and good understanding between the two crowns, for he would always prefer an ally like her to reconciled foes such as the Spaniards." He addressed the same notification to the Dutch government. Elizabeth on one hand and the states general on the other tried to dissuade him from peace with Spain, and to get him actively re engaged in the strife from which they were not disposed to emerge. He persisted in his purpose whilst setting before them his reasons for it, and binding himself to second faithfully their efforts by all pacific means. A congress was opened in January, 1598, at Vervins in Picardy, through the mediation of Pope Clement VIII., anxious to become the pacificator of Catholic Europe. The French plenipotentiaries, Pomponne de Bellievre and Brulart de Sillery, had instructions to obtain the restoration to the king of all towns and places taken by the Spaniards from France since the treaty of peace at Cateau Cambresis, and to have the Queen of England and the United Provinces, if they testified a desire for it, included in the treaty, or, at any rate, to secure for them a truce. After 3 months' conferences, the treaty of peace was concluded at Vervins on the 2d of May, 1598, the principal condition being that King Philip II. Should restore to France the towns of Calais, Ardres, Doullens, Le Catelet, and Blavet; that he should re enter upon possession of the countship of Charolais; and that, if either of the two sovereigns had any claims to make against one of the states their allies in this treaty, "he should prosecute them only by way of law, before competent judges, and not by force, in any manner whatever." The Queen of England took no decisive resolution. When once the treaty was concluded, Henry IV., on signing it, said to the Duke of Epernon, "With this stroke of my pen I have just done more exploits than I should have done in a long while with the best swords in my kingdom." A month before the conclusion of the treaty of peace at Vervins with Philip II., Henry IV. Had signed and published at Paris on the 13th of April, 1598, the Edict of Nantes, his treaty of peace with the Protestant malcontents. This treaty, drawn up in 92 open and 56 secret articles, was a code of old and new laws regulating the civil and religious position of Protestants in France, the conditions and guarantees of their worship, their liberties, and their special obligations in their relations whether with the crown or with their Catholic fellow countrymen. By this code Henry IV. Added a great deal to the rights of the Protestants and to the duties of the state towards them. Their worship was authorized not only in the castles of the lords high justiciary, who numbered 3,500, but also in the castles of simple noblemen, who enjoyed no high justiciary rights, provided that the number of those present did not exceed 30. 2 towns or 2 boroughs, instead of 1, had the same religious rights in each bailiwick or seneschalty of the kingdom. The state was charged with the duty of providing for the salaries of the Protestant ministers and rectors in their colleges or schools, and an annual sum of 165,000 livres of those times, or 495,000 francs of the present day, was allowed for that purpose. Donations and legacies to be so applied were authorized. The children of Protestants were admitted into the universities, colleges, schools, and hospitals without distinction between them and Catholics. There was great difficulty in securing for them, in all the parliaments of the kingdom, impartial justice, and a special chamber, called the Edict Chamber, was instituted for the trial of all causes in which they were interested. Catholic judges could not sit in this chamber unless with their consent and on their presentation. In the parliaments of Bordeaux, Toulouse, and Grenoble, the Edict Chamber was composed of 2 presidents, one a Catholic and the other a Reformer, and of 12 councillors, of whom 6 were Reformers. The parliaments had hitherto refused to admit Reformers into their midst. In the end, the Parliament of Paris admitted 6, 1 into the Edict Chamber and 5 into the Appeal Chamber, or enquete. The Edict of Nantes retained, at first for 8 years and then for 4 more, in the hands of the Protestants, the towns which war or treaties had put in their possession, and which numbered, it is said, 200. The king was bound to bear the burden of keeping up their fortifications and paying their garrisons, and Henry IV. Devoted to that object 540,000 livres of those times, or about 2,000,000 francs of our day. When the edict thus regulating the position and rights of Protestants was published, it was no longer on their part, but on that of the Catholics, that lively protests were raised. Many Catholics violently opposed the execution of the new law. They got up processions at Tours to excite the populace against the edict, and at Le Mans to induce the Parliament of Normandy to reject it. The Parliament of Paris put in the way of its registration retardations which seemed to forebode a refusal. Henry summoned to the Louvre deputies from all the chambers. "What I have done," he said to them, "is for the good of peace. I have made it abroad; I wish to make it at home. Necessity forced me to this decree. They who would prevent it from passing would have war. You see me in my closet. I speak to you, not in royal robe, or with sword and cape, as my predecessors did, nor as a prince receiving an embassy, but as a father of a family in his doublet conversing familiarly with his children. It is said that I am minded to favor them of the religion; there is a mind to entertain some mistrust of me. I know that cabals have been got up in the Parliament, that seditious preachers have been set on. The preachers utter words by way of doctrine for to build up rather than pull down sedition. That is the road formerly taken to the making of barricades, and to proceeding by degrees to the parricide of the late king. I will cut the roots of all these factions. I will make short work of those who foment them. I have scaled the walls of cities; you may be sure I shall scale barricades. You must consider that what I am doing is for a good purpose, and let my past behavior go bail for it." Parliaments and Protestants all saw that they had to do not only with a strong-willed king, but with a judicious and a clear-sighted man, a true French patriot, who was sincerely concerned for the public interest, and who had won his spurs in the art of governing parties by making for each its own place in the state. It was scarcely 5 years ago that the king who was now publishing the Edict of Nantes had become a Catholic. The Parliaments enregistered the decree. The Protestant malcontents resigned themselves to the necessity of being content with it. Whatever their imperfections and the objections that might be raised to them, the Peace of Vervins and the Edict of Nantes were, amidst the obstacles and perils encountered at every step by the government of Henry IV., the 2 most timely and most beneficial acts in the world
for France. 4 months after the conclusion of the Treaty of Vervins, on the 13th of September, 1598, Philip II. died at the Escurial, "prison, cloister, and tomb all in one," as M. Rousseau Saint Hilaire very well remarks. Histoire d'Espagne, pp. 335 to 363, situated 8 leagues from Madrid. Philip was so ill and so cruelly racked by gout and fever that it was doubted whether he could be removed thither, "but a collection of relics, amassed by his orders in Germany, had just arrived at the Escurial, and the festival of consecration was to take place within a few days. I desire that I be borne alive thither where my tomb already is," said Philip. He was laid in a litter borne by men who walked at a snail's pace, in order to avoid all shaking. Forced to halt every instant, he took 6 days to do the 8 leagues which separated him from his last resting place. There he died in atrocious agonies, and after a very painful operation, endured with unalterable courage and calmness. He had ordered to be placed in front of his bed the bier in which his body was to lie, and the crucifix which his father, Charles V., at his death in the monastery of Yuste, had held in his hand. During a reign of 42 years, Philip II. was systematically and at any price, on the score of what he regarded as the divine right of the Catholic Church and of his own kingship, the patron of absolute power in Europe. Earnest and sincere in his faith, licentious without open scandal in his private life, unscrupulous and pitiless in the service of the religious and political cause he had embraced, he was capable of any lie, one might almost say of any crime, without having his conscience troubled by it. A wicked man and a frightful example of what a naturally cold and hard spirit may become when it is a prey to all the temptations of despotism and to 2 sole passions, egotism and fanaticism. After the death of Philip II., and during the first years of the reign of his son Philip III., war continued between Spain on one side and England, the United Provinces, and the German Protestants on the other, but languidly and without any results to signify. Henry IV. held aloof from the strife, all the while permitting his Huguenot subjects to take part in it freely and at their own risks. On the 3rd of April, 1603, a great second royal personage, Queen Elizabeth, disappeared from the scene. She had been, as regards the Protestantism of Europe, what Philip II. Had been as regards Catholicism, a powerful and able patron; but what Philip II. Did from fanatical conviction, Elizabeth did from patriotic feeling. She had small faith in Calvinistic doctrines, and no liking for Puritanic sects. The Catholic Church, the power of the Pope excepted, was more to her mind than the Anglican Church, and her private preferences differed greatly from her public practices. Besides, she combined with the exigencies of a king's position the instincts of a woman. She had the vanities rather than the weaknesses of one. She would fain have inspired and responded to the passions natural to one; but policy always had the dominion over her sentiments without extinguishing them, and the proud sovereign sent to the block the overweening and almost rebel subject whom she afterwards grievously regretted. These inconsistent resolutions and emotions caused Elizabeth's life to be one of agitation, though without warmth, and devoid of serenity as of sweetness. And so, when she grew old, she was disgusted with it and weary of it. She took no pleasure any more in thing or person. She could no longer bear herself, either in her court or in her bed or elsewhere. She decked herself out to lie stretched upon cushions and there remain motionless, casting about her vague glances which seemed to seek after that for which she did not ask. She ended by repelling her physicians and even refusing nourishment. When her ministers saw her thus, almost insensible and dying, they were emboldened to remind her of what she had said to them one day at Whitehall, "My throne must be a king's throne." At this reminder she seemed to rouse herself, and repeated the same words, adding, "I will not have a rascal (vaurien) to succeed me." Sir Robert Cecil asked her what she meant by that expression. "I tell you that I must have a king to succeed me. Who can that be but my cousin of Scotland?" After having indicated the King of Scotland, James Stuart, son of the fair rival whom she had sent to the block, Elizabeth remained speechless. The Archbishop of Canterbury commenced praying, breaking off at intervals. Twice the queen signed to him to go on. Her advisers returned in the evening, and begged her to indicate to them by signs if she were still of the same mind. She raised her arms and crossed them above her head. Then she seemed to fall into a dreamy state. At 3 o'clock, during the night, she quietly passed away. Some few hours afterwards, her councils in assembly resolved to proclaim James Stuart, King of Scotland, King of England, as the nearest of kin to the late queen, and indicated by her on her deathbed. Section
12 of A Popular History of France, Volume 5. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Popular History of France from the Earliest Times, Volume 5, by François Guizot, translated by Robert Black. Chapter 36. Henry IV, Catholic King, 1593 to 1610, Part 7. At the beginning of the 17th century, Henry IV was the only one remaining of the three great sovereigns who, during the 16th, had disputed, as regarded religion and politics, the preponderance in Europe. He had succeeded in all his kingly enterprises. He had become a Catholic in France without ceasing to be the prop of the Protestants in Europe. He had made peace with Spain without embroiling himself with England, Holland, and Lutheran Germany. He had shot up, as regarded ability and influence, in the eyes of all Europe. It was just then that he gave the strongest proof of his great judgment and political sagacity. He was not intoxicated with success; he did not abuse his power; he did not aspire to distant conquests or brilliant achievements. He concerned himself chiefly with the establishment of public order in his kingdom and with his people's prosperity. His well-known saying, "I want all my peasantry to have a fowl in the pot every Sunday," was a desire worthy of Louis XII. Henry IV had a sympathetic nature; his grandeur did not lead him to forget the nameless multitudes whose fate depended upon his government. He had, besides, the rich, productive, varied, inquiring mind of one who took an interest not only in the welfare of the French peasantry, but in the progress of the whole French community, progress agricultural, industrial, commercial, scientific, and literary. The conversation of an independent thinker like Montaigne had at the least as much attraction for him as that of his comrades in arms. Long before Henry IV was King of France, on the 19th of December, 1584, Montaigne wrote, "The King of Navarre came to see me at Montaigne, where he had never been before, and was there 2 days, attended by my people without any of his own officers. He permitted neither tasting or essai, nor state banquet or couvert, and slept in my bed." On the 24th of October, 1587, after winning the battle of Contras, Henry stopped to dine at Montaigne's house, though its possessor had remained faithful to Henry III, whose troops had just lost the battle; and on the 18th of January, 1590, when the King of Navarre, now become King of France, besieged and took the town of Lisieux, Montaigne wrote to him, "All the time through, sir, I have observed in you this same fortune that is now yours; and you may remember that even when I had to make confession thereof to my parish priest, I did not omit to regard your successes with a kindly eye. Now, with more reason and freedom, I hug them to my heart. Yonder they do you service by effects; but they do you no less service here by reputation. The report goes as far as the shot. We could not derive from the justice of your cause arguments so powerful in sustaining or reducing your subjects as we do from the news of the prosperity of your enterprises." Abroad, the policy of Henry IV was as judicious and far sighted as it was just and sympathetic at home. There has been much writing and dissertation about what has been called his grand design. This name has been given to a plan for the religious and political organization of Christendom, consisting in the division of Europe amongst 3 religions, the Catholic, the Calvinistic, and the Lutheran, and into 15 states, great and small, monarchical or republican, with equal rights, alone recognized as members of the Christian Confederation, regulating in concert their common affairs and pacifically making up their differences, whilst all the while preserving their national existence. This plan is lengthily and approvingly set forth, several times over, in the Economie royale, which Sully's secretaries wrote at his suggestion, and probably sometimes at his dictation.
Henry IV. Was a prince as expansive in ideas as he was inventive, who was a master of the art of pleasing, and himself took great pleasure in the freedom and unconstraint of conversation. No doubt the notions of the grand design often came into his head, and he often talked about them to Sully, his confidant in what he thought as well as in what he did. Sully, for his part, was a methodical spirit, a regular downright putter in practice, evidently struck and charmed by the richness and grandeur of the prospects placed before his eyes by his king, and feeling pleasure in shedding light upon them whilst giving them a more positive and more complete shape than belonged to their first and original appearance. And thus came down to us the grand design, which, so far as Henry IV. Was concerned, was never a definite project. His true external policy was much more real and practical. He had seen and experienced the evils of religious hatred and persecution. He had been a great sufferer from the supremacy of the House of Austria in Europe, and he had for a long while opposed it. When he became the most puissant and most regarded of European kings, he set his heart very strongly on two things: toleration for the three religions which had succeeded in establishing themselves in Europe, and showing themselves capable of contending one against another, and the abasement of the House of Austria, which, even after the death of Charles V. and Philip II., remained the real and the formidable rival of France. The external policy of Henry, from the treaty of Vervins to his death, was religious peace in Europe and the alliance of Catholic French with Protestant England and Germany against Spain and Austria. He showed constant respect and deference towards the papacy, a power highly regarded in both the rival camps, though much fallen from the substantial importance it had possessed in Europe during the Middle Ages. French policy striving against Spanish policy, such was the true and the only serious characteristic of the grand design. Four men, very unequal in influence as well as merit, Sully, Villeroy, Du Plessis Mornay, and D'Aubigne, did Henry IV. Effective service, by very different processes and in very different degrees, towards establishing and rendering successful this internal and external policy. Three were Protestants; Villeroy alone was a Catholic. Sully is beyond comparison with the other three. He is the only one whom Henry IV. Called my friend, the only one who had participated in all the life and all the government of Henry IV., his evil as well as his exalted fortunes, his most painful embarrassments at home as well as his greatest political acts, the only one whose name has remained inseparably connected with that of a master whom he served without servility as well as without any attempt to domineer. There is no idea of entering here upon his personal history; we would only indicate his place in that of his king. Maximilian de Bethune Rosny, born in 1559, and 6 years younger than Henry of Navarre, was barely 17 when, in 1576, he attended Henry on his flight from the court of France to go and recover in Navarre his independence of position and character. Rosny was content at first to serve him as a volunteer, "in order," he said, "to learn the profession of arms from its first rudiments." He speedily did himself honor in several actions. In 1580 the King of Navarre took him as chamberlain and councillor. On becoming King of France, Henry IV., in 1594, made him Secretary of State. In 1596 put him on the Council of Finance. In 1597 appointed him Grand Surveyor of France, and in 1599 Superintendent General of Finance and Master of the Ordnance. In 1602 he was made Marquis de Rosny and Councillor of Honor in the Parliament, then Governor of the Bastille, Superintendent of Fortifications, and Surveyor of Paris; in 1603 Governor of Poitou. Lastly, in 1606, his estate of Sully sur Loire was raised to a duchy peerage, and he was living under this name, which has become his historical name, when, in 1610, the assassination of Henry IV. Sent into retirement for 31 years the confidant of all his thoughts and the principal minister of a reign which, independently of the sums usefully expended for the service of the state and the advancement of public prosperity, had extinguished, according to the most trustworthy evidence, 235 millions of debts, and which left in the coffers of the state, in ready money or in safe securities, 43,138,490 livres. Nicholas de Neufville, Lord of Villeroy, who was born in 1593, and whose grandfather had been Secretary of State under Francis I., was, whilst Henry III. Was still reigning, member of a small secret council at which all questions relating to Protestants were treated of. Though a strict Catholic, and convinced that the King of France ought to be openly in the ranks of the Catholics, and to govern with their support, he sometimes gave Henry III. Some free spoken and wise counsels. When he saw him spending his time with the brotherhoods of penitents, whose head he had declared himself, "Sir," said he, "debts and obligations are considered according to dates, and therefore old debts ought to be paid before new ones. You were King of France before you were head of the brotherhoods; your conscience binds you to render to the kingship that which you owe it rather than to the fraternity that which you have promised it. You can excuse yourself from one, but not from the other. You only wear the sackcloth when you please, but you have the crown always on your head." When the wars of religion broke out, when the League took form and Henry de Guise had been assassinated at Blois, Villeroy, naturally a Leaguer and a moderate Leaguer, became the immediate adviser of the Duke of Mayenne. After Henry III.'s death, as soon as he heard that Henry IV. Promised to have himself instructed in the Catholic religion, he announced his intention of recognizing him if he held to this engagement. And he held to his own, for he was during 5 years the intermediary between Henry IV. and Mayenne, incessantly laboring to reconcile them, and to prevent the estates of the League from giving the crown of France to a Spanish princess. Villeroy was a Leaguer of the patriotically French type. And so Henry IV., as soon as he was firm upon his throne, summoned him to his councils, and confided to him the direction of foreign affairs. The late Leaguer sat beside Sully, and exerted himself to give the prevalence, in Henry IV.'s external policy, to Catholic maxims and alliances, whilst Sully, remaining firmly Protestant in the service of his king turned Catholic, continued to be in foreign matters the champion of Protestant policy and alliances. There was thus seen, during the 16th century, in the French monarchy, a phenomenon which was to repeat itself during the 18th in the Republic of the United States of America, when, in 1789, its president, Washington, summoned to his cabinet Hamilton and Jefferson together, one the staunchest of the aristocratic Federalists, and the other the warm defender of democratic principles and tendencies. Washington, in his lofty and calm impartiality, considered that to govern the nascent republic he had need of both; and he found a way, in fact, to make both of service to him. Henry IV. Had perceived himself to be in an analogous position with France and Europe, divided between Catholics and Protestants, whom he aspired to pacificate. He likewise succeeded. An incomplete success, however, as generally happens when the point attained is an adjournment of knotty questions which war has vainly attempted to cut, and the course of ideas and events has not yet had time to unravel. Henry IV. Made so great a case of Villeroy's co operation and influence, that, without loving him as he loved Sully, he upheld him and kept him as Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs to the end of his reign. He precisely defined his peculiar merit when he said, "Princes have servants of all values and all sorts; some do their own business before that of their master; others do their master's and do not forget their own; but Villeroy believes that his master's business is his own, and he bestows thereon the same zeal that another does in pushing his own suit or laboring at his own vine." Though short and frigidly written, the Memoires of Villeroy give, in fact, the idea of a man absorbed in his commission, and regarding it as his own business as well as that of his king and country. Philip du Plessis Mornay occupied a smaller place than Sully and Villeroy in the government of Henry IV.; but he held, and deserves to keep, a great one in the history of his times. He was the most eminent and also the most moderate of the men of profound piety and conviction, of whom the Reformation had made a complete conquest, soul and body, and who placed their public fidelity to the religious creed above every other interest and every other affair in this world. He openly blamed and bitterly deplored Henry IV.'s conversion to Catholicism, but he did not ignore the weighty motives for it. His disapproval and his vexation did not make him forget the great qualities of his king, or the services he was rendering France, or his own duty and his earlier feelings towards him. This unbending Protestant, who had contributed as much as anybody to put Henry IV. On the throne, who had been admitted further than anybody except Sully to his intimacy, who ever regretted that his king had abandoned his faith, who braved all perils and all disgraces to keep and maintain his own, this Mornay, malcontent, saddened, all but banished from court, assailed by his friends' irritation and touched by their sufferings, never took part against the king whom he blamed, and of whom he thought he had to complain, in any faction or any intrigue; on the contrary, he remained unshakably faithful to him, incessantly striving to maintain or re establish in the Protestant church in France some little order and peace, and between the Protestants and Henry IV. Some little mutual confidence and friendliness. Mornay had made up his mind to serve forever a king who had saved his country. He remained steadfast and active in his creed, but without falling beneath the yoke of any narrow minded idea, preserving his patriotic good sense in the midst of his fervent piety, and bearing with sorrowful constancy his friends' burst of anger and his king's exhibitions of ingratitude. Between 1597 and 1605, 3 incidents supervened which put to the proof Henry IV.'s feelings towards his old and faithful servant. In October 1597, Mornay, still governor of Saumur, had gone to Angers to concert plans with Marshal de Brissac for an expedition which, by order of the king, they were to make into Brittany against the Duke of Mercoeur, not yet reduced to submission. As he was passing along the street with only 3 or 4 of his men, he was unexpectedly attacked by one Sieur de Saint Phal, who, after calling upon him to give some explanation as to the disagreement that had taken place between them 5 months before, brutally struck him a blow on the head with a stick, knocked him down, immediately mounted a horse that was held already on the spot, and fled in haste, leaving Mornay in the hands of 10 or a dozen accomplices, who dealt him several sword thrusts as he was rising to defend himself, and who, in their turn, fled. Some passers by hurried up. Mornay's wounds were found to be slight, but the affair, which nobody hesitated to call murder, made a great noise. There was general indignation; the king was at once informed of it, and whilst the question was being discussed at Saumur whether Mornay ought to seek reparation by way of arms or by that of law, Henry IV. wrote to him in his own hand on the 8th of November, 1597, Monsieur du Plessis, I am extremely displeased at the outrage you have met with, wherein I participate both as king and as your friend. As the former, I will do you justice, and myself too. If I bore only the second title, you have none whose sword would be more ready to leap from its scabbard than mine, or who would put his life at your service more cheerfully than I. Take this for granted, that in effect I will render you the offices of king, master, and friend; and on this truthful assurance I conclude, praying God to have you in His holy keeping." Saint Phal remained for a long while concealed in the very district, amongst his relatives; but on the 12th of January, 1599, he was arrested and put in the Bastille; and, according to the desire of Mornay himself, the king decided that he should be brought before him, unarmed, should place one knee on the ground, should ask his pardon, and then, assuming his arms, should accordingly receive that pardon, first of all from Mornay, whom the king had not permitted to exact in another way the reparation due to him, and afterwards from the mouth of the king himself, together with a severe admonition to take heed to himself for the future. The affair having thus terminated, there was no more heard of Saint Phal; and Mornay returned to Saumur with a striking mark of the king's sympathy, who, in his own words, had felt pleasure "in avenging him as king and as friend." The second incident was of more political consequence, and neither the king nor Mornay conducted themselves with sufficient discretion and dignity. In July, 1598, Mornay published a treatise on the institution of the Eucharist in the Christian church, how and by what degrees the mass was introduced in its place. It was not only an attack upon the fundamental dogma and cult of the Catholic church; the pope was expressly styled Antichrist in it. Clement VIII. Wrote several times about it to Henry IV., complaining that a man of such high standing in the government and in the king's regard should treat so insultingly a sovereign in alliance with the king, and head of the church to which the king belonged. The pope's complaint came opportunely. Henry IV. was at this time desirous of obtaining from the court of Rome annulment of his marriage with Marguerite de Valois, that he might be enabled to contract another; he did not as yet say with whom. Mornay's book was vigorously attacked, not only in point of doctrine, but in point of fact. He was charged with having built his foundation upon a large number of misquotations; and the Bishop of Evreux, M. du Perron, a great friend of the king's, whom he had always supported and served, said that he was prepared to point out as such nearly 500. The dispute grew warm between the two theologians. Mornay demanded leave to prove the falsehood of the accusation; the bishop accepted the challenge. For all his defence of his book and his erudition, Mornay did not show any great hurry to enter upon the contest; and, on the other hand, the bishop reduced the number of the quotations against which he objected. The sum total of the quotations found fault with was fixed at 60. A conference was summoned to look into them, and 6 commissioners, 3 Catholic and 3 Protestant, were appointed to give judgment: De Thou and Pitou amongst the former, Dufresne Lacanet and Casaubon amongst the latter. Erudition was worthily represented there, and there was every probability of justice. The conference met on the 4th of May, 1600, at Fontainebleau, in presence of the king and many great lords, magistrates, ecclesiastics, and distinguished spectators. Section 13.